You may be seated. Counsel, good morning. You may call your next witness.
State House Lieutenant Greg Johnson.
If you would, good morning. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Gregory Johnson, Johnsson.
And Mr. Johnson, what do you do for a living?
I am a deputy sheriff with the Portage County Sheriff's Department.
And do you hold any special rank with the Portage County Sheriff's Department?
I'm in charge of the Detective Bureau and I hold the rank of lieutenant.
What is your background in order to become a deputy with the Portage County Sheriff's Department?
I completed a OPADA certified police academy in 1995. Upon the completion of that, I received my law enforcement certificate. At that time, I was hired by the Portage County Sheriff's Department as a road deputy. And from that time, I've gone through additional training during my employment with the Sheriff's Department.
What kind of additional training have you had?
The initial training was basically focused on road patrol. I've had training on DUI arrests. I've had assault. Normally in the beginning of my training, I tended to focus towards more of crimes of violence. As I moved up the rank, I was promoted to sergeant and eventually lieutenant. I have had extensive training in homicide investigation, child abuse investigation, sexual assault investigation.
And how long have you worked for the Portage County Sheriff's Department?
It'll be 22 years on Monday.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am.
As lieutenant, you said you were head of the detective division.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you do?
In addition to supervising the detectives assigned to that division, I also conduct criminal investigations.
As a Portage County lieutenant and Portage County deputy, does Portage County receive 911 calls that come into 911 in your county?
We receive the ones in the county, and occasionally we'll get them outside of the county just due to how especially with cell phones, how the towers operate. But yes, we do. We're a 911 operating center.
All right. And like Mahoning County, do you keep those records in the ordinary course of business in your county?
Yes, we do.
And are those recorded and stored on some kind of server somewhere?
Yes, they are.
And are you able to get those calls whenever you need them and for investigations or for anyone who requests them?
Yes, I do have access.
In this case, did you get any calls?
Yes, we received multiple phone calls.
All right. And did you, were you able to pull out those phone calls from the recorded calls and give those over eventually to ODNR and Mahoning County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I did.
Madam Mayor, first witness?
Yes.
The handshake that's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Can you tell us what that is?
These are the 911 phone calls that came into my department on May 9th of 2015.
Okay. Are those fair and accurate representations of the calls that came into your department?
Yes, ma'am.
You're under permission to play those calls?
Any objection?
No objection.
You may proceed.
Before we begin, Lieutenant, do you know what time those calls started coming in?
Approximately 10 minutes after midnight on May 9th, 2015.
just hit someone else's boat and the guy's freaking out. He's in the middle of the lake. If you can GPS my phone or something, he's screaming help.
Okay, what are you?
I'm not sure. I don't have a boat.
Okay, what part of Berlin are they on?
I don't even know. They're like near, there's a big light.
Okay, we'll get someone out there, okay?
Okay, please hurry. I don't even know where the heck we are. Yeah, we're on Berlin Lake, and two boats just crashed, and one pair of people are on the water and screaming help. The other's okay. Boat crash on Berlin? Yes. Okay, what's your first name, ma'am? My name's Jennifer. Okay, Jennifer? Yes. Okay, what's your callback number? 330-814-2631. Okay. And they're in Berlin, exactly where we're at in that area. Is there a nearest crossroads? No, there's the like highway comes over the lake. Like one on the other side, there's like a boat house or a bar or something. Okay. Okay, let me go ahead and okay, at this time, West Canfield Road. We'll go ahead and get somebody out, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. bait shop?
Yeah,
Okay.
Portage County.
Okay, yes,
Good
sir.
morning. Do you need for there fire?
Yeah, we're gonna need it. We got 2 folks that's cracked. We got people yelling for help.
Well, okay, let's go to the office. That's the way.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, what's your first name?
My first name is Simon.
Okay, Simon, what's the
Hold
phone
on,
number?
hold on 1 second. Help is on the way! Oh, what's that?
Okay, what's this callback number there?
330-341-0651.
Okay. Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and the boat that hit him took off up the lake towards, over the 224 bridge. And, let me see,
That's okay. Yeah, okay.
he's going away, he went away from left the big shop, up towards the dam, he went to the other way.
Okay, I'll put it away from West State, West State.
Yeah, it's like a white and burgundy speedboat.
What kind of, what was it, a white what?
It's a white and burgundy speedboat.
Okay. Let me go ahead and, you're gonna stay right there?
Yeah, I got my flashlight on the guy, got a guy in the boat.
Okay.
That is headed towards us.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. I've got I'm going on the bridge, she's got a spotlight on, and they got a boat on for you, they got the other guy, the other one took off. Honey was on the phone with me, they're gonna send stuff out that way.
We got a guy that is going out, he's on the boat, he just came out from under the bridge that we hollered at him, he's going out to it.
Okay, that's great, but you're at 224, so it's definitely in 40 County, correct?
Yeah, like I said, I'm standing here on the bridge.
Okay, Simon, stay right here, and, I will have somebody get a hold of you and make contact with you, okay, sir?
Yes, matter of fact, I am sitting on, it would be, the west side of the bridge.
Okay, the west side of the bridge.
Yeah, I have a Ford F-150 silver pickup, but I'm standing here, so.
Okay, that'd be great, Simon. If anything else comes up, give us a call back on 911, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure, bye.
Bye.
Were those all the initial calls to 911 that you downloaded from Portage County?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do in response to those calls? Were you dispatched there?
I was at home,
Okay.
and they contacted me at my home and let me know what initial information that they had. Part of my job function would be to respond to calls of that nature. So I proceeded to get dressed and head down to the Deerfield, Berlin Lake area.
Okay. And do you know what time you got there?
I believe it was shortly after 1 o'clock.
Did you go to the scene, like that 224 bridge area where they were talking about?
Well, actually, while I was en route, I was told that the boat that the victims had been in was taken over to Les's boat bait shop, and that the officers from my department in Mahoning County had responded, so I went to that location.
At this time, was it still believed that this happened in Portage County?
It was believed, it was not clear where it had occurred at that time.
You said it's after 1 o'clock when you get there, is that right?
Correct.
Are you able to see anything at Les's bait shop?
Yes, the victim's boat was there tied up to the dock. Lieutenant Nolan was there. Deputy Zwick was there. Some officers from Mahoning County. I was advised that watercraft was coming, and Department of Natural Resources were also notified since it occurred on the water.
And about how many different people are there from different agencies?
I would say conservatively, probably 7 to 8 different people.
And do more arrive as you're there, or are you hearing over the radio that more are coming?
I'm hearing from my dispatch that they're in contact. ODNR and watercraft, I was not sure where they were responding from. I was told that they were en route. I did not have an ETA when they were going to arrive at the scene, but I knew they were coming.
So what did you do at the scene at Les's Bake Shop?
I made contact with Lieutenant Nolan. He had advised me of what information that they had at that time. It was limited in nature at that time. I was advised that there were 2 people that had been in the boat that had been struck. Both of them had been transported to the hospital. At that time, it was still called Robinson Memorial Hospital. Now it's University Hospital, just north of the city of Ravenna. Was advised that one of the victims was severely injured. Did not know the extent of the injuries.
You didn't know yet whether he was deceased?
No, not at that time. No, ma'am.
So the victims were not at the scene when you got there?
That is correct.
When you get to the scene, you are able to see the victim's boat?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's tied up to the dock, you said?
Yes, they have it up by the dock.
Can you see that screen all right, Lieutenant?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show, this is some daylight photos. State's Exhibit 11. Zoom in a little bit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. That was the boat that was operated by the victims were in.
And is that the same boat that's tied to the dock at Les's Bake Shop when you get there?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. A different view of the same boat.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. Again, the same boat, different
Now,
view.
is it in pretty much, is it in the same condition as when you saw it at the dock that night?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
In State's Exhibit 14, this might be a little too dark. Do you recognize what that is?
Now, these are the photographs that were taken that night while I was at Les's Bake Shop.
And you were there or there relatively near the time these photos were taken?
Actually, I was there with Lieutenant Nolan when he took those photos.
Can you tell me what that photo is? Can you see it?
That-
Bring it to you.
I believe that's the front, the bow section of the boat.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
That is the rear section, rear part of the boat with the white light with laying down. It was not a.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. That was a lantern that I had observed sit that was down on the floor of the boat.
Okay. And you saw that lantern when it was at the dock as well?
Yes, ma'am.
When you saw the boat at the dock, were any of those lights on? Or had they already been off by the time you got there?
Objection.
Were they on?
Overruled.
No, I saw none of them on. No, ma'am.
As you're at Les's Bake Shop, does your department receive any additional calls?
Yes, we do receive another 911 call.
And did you download that call as well as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And is that call kept in the ordinary course of business as well?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your address?
160 Hawthorne.
the address?
160 Hawthorne Drive.
Was he injured at all?
No, he's not injured. But he hit like a fishing boat, and I don't know if anyone else is injured.
Hang on for 1 second. How do you spell your road name? A-K-W-G-H-O-Y?
Yes.
So we're down on scene there now. We just got down there. A couple people called that in.
Well, with my husband, and we'd rather just be honest, he didn't know what to do. We wasn't even really sure that he hit something, but we were freaking out.
Okay, well, what's your name? Your name is
I know he's handling the Rodriguez.
Angelina Rodriguez, you said?
Yeah.
And what's his name?
Joseph.
Joseph.
And his last name is Yurich, it's a different last name. Y-U-R-I-C.
No, hang on 1 second. Why? What was all the name?
Y-U-R-I-C-H.
Then he's at the house, right?
Yeah.
Hang on for 1 second, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Angelina?
Yeah.
Why don't I go ahead and send this one over to you guys now, okay?
Okay, thank you. Can you just warn them that I have to leave between days, so
Yeah.
I don't want my signature wrong.
Right, okay, I'll let them know.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
Hey, Angelina, can I get a phone number from you?
Oh, sure. 330-550-7718. 7718.
Okay, that's 160 off.
Yes.
Okay, well, let them know.
Thanks.
Lieutenant, do you recall when that call was made into the department?
I believe it came in at 1:34.
Would anything refresh your recollection as to the actual time?
Yes, I do have it in my report.
Did you write your report during your investigation?
Yes, I did.
You may. What was the exhibit number on that 911 call?
Number 3.
Thank you.
And is your recollection refreshed now after reviewing the report?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time did that call come in?
That at 1:42 is when we were notified, when Lieutenant Nolan and I were notified. I referred back to when the time on the call when it came in. So there was that time frame from the beginning of the call till actually we got notified.
All right. And what did you do in response to that notification?
I'd advised Lieutenant Nolan and my dispatch that I would go over to Hawthorne and make contact with Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Yurich.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Did you go by yourself?
At that time, I was by myself. Yes, ma'am.
And how long did it take you from the scene to get to that house, if you recall?
It was under 10 minutes.
What time did you get to the house?
I have that in my report if you need the exact time.
Yeah, if you could refresh your recollection.
I arrived at 1:48.
Okay. And tell me, is anyone outside the house when you get there?
The lights are on, the front door is open. I'm trying to recall if Mr. Yurich was outside, but I came in contact with him immediately upon my arrival.
Okay. Do you recall having to knock on the door or no?
And again, I apologize.
That's
I have it in my
all right.
report if I can look at that.
Sure.
They were outside. I met with both.
All right.
Apologize.
That's all right. And who did you meet with first? Was it both of them? Or
Both of them first.
were you able to talk with both of them outside?
We briefly spoke outside, but asked for permission to go inside. Mrs. Rodriguez advised me again that they had a small baby that was asleep, and they were trying not to wake the child up.
Okay.
So we did go inside, where we spoke inside.
And this is their house, from your understanding?
They describe it as their summer cabin.
Okay. And where exactly did you go inside the house?
Went inside to like the family room area, dining room, family room area.
Okay. And were you asking questions, or were they simply speaking to you? What was going on?
Both.
Okay. So what happened?
I thank Mrs. Rodriguez for making the call to have us come out. Talk to Mr. Yurich and ask him, for details about what had occurred that morning, and about striking the boat or hitting the boat. At that time, Mr. Yurich was maintaining that he thought he hit a rock.
Okay. And did he say anything else?
He stated that he didn't stop. If he hit the rock, didn't stop. Stated that he is familiar with the route home, that he had been earlier in the night. He had been out with his wife and their child for a boat ride. They had come back to the residence. They spent a little time at the residence. Mr. Yurich then left the residence to meet some friends. He stated that he went alone, that Mrs. Rodriguez and the child stayed home. Met some friends who lived nearby Ben's restaurant. Stated that they had gone to Ben's restaurant. He acknowledged that he had been drinking beer. At one point he said he had a couple beers, then he said that he had some beers. I never got an exact number how many beers that he had. Stated that after he left Ben's, he went back to his friend's house and then boarded his boat, and then proceeded to come back. Stated that he did not see any lights, wasn't sure what he hit, said he's familiar with the route back from Ben's restaurant back to his house on the cottage on Hawthorne. He did make the comment that he thought the water was a little lower. During the time I was with him during the initial contact, we spoke about how fast did he think he was going. He stated that he was going 25 miles an hour or maybe under 25 miles an hour. Stated the boat was capable of doing 40 miles an hour. He acknowledged that he had his lights on, had his running lights on, and also his front-facing lights on.
Did he ever mention stopping after and talking with anyone right after he hit something?
No, he always maintained that he thought he hit a rock, but he maintained that he kept going.
Did he ever tell you how long he had been at Ben's?
He said for approximately an hour.
Did he tell you where else he had been besides Ben's?
He had been visiting his friend. He went over and docked his boat at his friend's house, and then he and his friend went up to Ben's restaurant.
Okay. Did he say who this friend was, or where this friend's house was?
I don't recall if he specifically gave me a name. He said that it was nearby. Where he docked at was not that far away from Ben's. They walked there.
You recall him saying they walked?
Yes, I don't recall him ever mentioning that they drove there.
Did he mention anything else, having anything else to drink besides beer?
I specifically asked him that, and he maintained that he had only had beer.
Did he talk about hearing anything after the crash?
I did ask him if he had heard anything, and he said he maintained that he had heard nothing, that he had hit what he thought was a rock, and that he had continued to keep going.
After this conversation with him, did you ask to look at anything at his house?
Yeah, I asked him if he had permission to go down and look at his boat that he was driving that night.
Okay. And did he give you that permission?
Yeah, we walked down together.
Okay. Did his wife come down, or?
No, she stayed at the house with the baby.
While he was talking to you in the family room, was his wife there?
I'm pretty sure she was there almost for the entire time. She might have stepped out to go check on the baby, but she was there primarily the entire time.
Tell me about where his boat is docked from his house. How far is it?
Based on what Mr. Yurich told me, it was about 300 feet from the house down to the boat.
Okay. And were you able to see it from the house?
No.
And did you follow him down to the dock?
Yes.
Does anyone else show up while you're at that scene?
While we're down at the boat?
Yeah.
No.
What about any time while you're at that scene?
While we're at the house, one of my detectives shows up, Detective Zwick. She came over to assist me.
Okay. Where is she while you're talking with Defendant?
She is still over at Les's bait shop
Okay.
because she had
When
responded
did she
there.
arrive? At what point?
Yeah, if I could refresh, I may have it in my report.
Sure, go ahead.
She had arrived after we had returned back up to the boat. I don't have an exact time, but we were
Okay.
back up when she had arrived.
So you had already seen the boat before she got there?
Correct.
And when you get down to the boat, what do you see?
I see a boat that matches the description that was given, that it was a maroon and white boat. I notice that there is substantial damage to the left front side of the boat. I do take photographs of the boat at that time.
Did you take them while you were down there that time?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still able to see that screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see that all right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Can you tell me what that is?
That's the photograph of the boat that Mr. Yurich indicated he had been driving that night.
And is that the boat you say matched the description of the maroon and white?
Yes.
And tell us what's pictured in this picture, describing like an angle that we're looking at.
I'm looking at the left front of the boat. You can see below the bow line, you can see some damage on the upper part of the hull.
Primarily, you can see on the top of the boat, right?
Yeah, that's correct, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's another view of the same boat.
I don't know if you can see it. Can you see anything else in this boat, or in this picture, in this photograph depicted that the boat's docked to? Can you see the dock?
Yeah, the dock is there would be on the left side of the boat, on the right side of the photo.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 19. Can you tell us what that is?
Again, that's the same boat. Picture of the left side, you can see the damage to the bow of the boat.
Okay. And this is more underneath than the last picture, correct?
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit 20.
A little closer view of the same damage.
Is there a hole in that boat?
Yes, ma'am.
All these photos that I've shown you this morning, have those all been fair and accurate representations of the photos you took
Yes, ma'am.
that evening?
Initially, I asked him if he had suffered any injuries. Later, as the investigation went on, I did notice that he had some abrasions on the left side of his neck.
Okay.
I asked him if they were related to the crash, if he had fallen down as a result of the crash. He wasn't even aware that he had any of those abrasions and said he couldn't recall if he had fallen down or not.
He couldn't recall, he didn't say whether or not he felt fallen off his chair or anything on his boat?
No, he said he couldn't recall how he got those marks on him, and he said he couldn't recall if he had fallen or not from the crash.
Did you ask him if he had drank anything after getting home?
Yes, I did. I asked him if he had any alcoholic beverages once he arrived home, and he stated no, that he hadn't.
You talked about him saying he had a couple beers and then maybe some beers. Did you continually ask him about that during your interaction with him?
During the course of the interview, I did speak to him about the alcohol, anything that he had consumed. He did make the comment that I would find alcohol in his blood.
Objection, move to strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, please sidebar.
Yes. Yes, as it relates to an admission by a party opponent, the objection is overruled and the witness may answer that question.
I'm sorry, again, what was that?
Mr. Yurich did state that I would find alcohol in his blood.
Did you ask him again whether he knew if he stopped and said anything like that, right immediately after the crash?
During the course of the interview, I did ask him, had he said anything? Did he hear anything? He maintained that he hadn't, that he had just hit what he thought a rock and that he had kept right on going. During the course of the investigation, I did have the opportunity to stop by University Hospital Robinson. I obtained some additional information at that time, and based on that additional information, I did go down and make contact again with Mr. Yurich at his residence.
Okay. Is that when you talked to Bruce up at the hospital?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, based on that, is that when, you already said that's when you went and talked to him again. What specifically did you ask him when you went back?
I had concerns with what had been told previously by Mr. Yurich based on this new information. I specifically asked him that, based on this information, I believe that he knew he had hit a boat, and he maintained that he still thought he hit a rock. And I said, well, I gained information that you actually had said something to the person that was in the water. And I told him what my understanding of what had been said to him. And he immediately said that, no, he didn't say that. And then he went on to state that if he did say something, he now didn't recall saying that, didn't recall, now his answers became vague, didn't recall, he didn't.
As to the term vague, you can state exactly what he told you.
He did not recall having any kind of interaction with anybody in the water. Then he stated that if he did say something, he didn't now recall. If he had said something, he could not recall what he had said. But he maintained that, he throughout the interview, he maintained that whatever, after he hit what he thought was a rock, he kept going. So even after he said that he couldn't recall if he had said something to someone in the water or somebody, he still maintained that he just kept going.
You said before that you saw some scratches on his neck. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you take photographs of that as well?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State Exhibit number 45. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, that's the photograph I took of Mr. Yurich.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
Some abrasions on his left side of his neck.
And is that how Mr. Yurich or the defendant looked that evening?
Yes.
Objection at that time.
At that time.
So at the time you took those pictures, that's what he looked like?
Yes, ma'am.
What exhibit number?
45.
Thank you.
Did you observe any other injuries on him while you were with him?
No, ma'am.
At what point, when were you done with your interactions with the defendant?
After I had returned back to his residence, after I left the hospital, I had spoken to him, and that's when I had that conversation with him about any interaction, verbal interaction with anyone. That's when I left the house, was my last interaction with Mr. Yurich.
Did you ever tell the defendant that the person had died in the boat?
Yes, I did.
What was his reaction?
Became very emotional.
When you were interacting with the defendant, did you see any signs of intoxication?
Obvious signs of intoxication, as in someone not being able to walk. No, he was able to walk, and he was able to talk clearly.
Did you smell an odor of alcohol about him?
I did not detect that, but I always like to preface it. I have extremely bad sinus problems, so I'm not the greatest one to ask that question, but I did not detect any.
And you had already heard from the defendant that he admitted about drinking beers that night, correct?
Right from the beginning of my first contact, he acknowledged that he'd been consuming beer.
When you say obvious signs of intoxication, what do you mean by obvious?
When I was interviewing him, Mr. Yurich, I had recorded quite a bit of it, but that was just audio. So I wanted to make sure I had a clear documentation in my report of what I was visually seeing. And so he wasn't falling down. He wasn't staggering. Did not mean that he wasn't impaired. I'm just saying that I didn't see anything visible.
Objection.
Sustained.
How long is, during your interaction with him, how long is it from the initial calls from the initial crash?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
That's all right. During your interaction, this time period, how long is that from the initial calls of the crash?
Well, you know, the calls are coming in at 10 minutes after midnight.
Okay.
I arrive at approximately 1:48. So you've got a minute and an hour and 38 minutes between the time of the initial 911 calls till I first have contact.
Okay. And do you have continuous contacts with him for a number of minutes or a number of hours?
For the good part of the next 4 hours, I'm with him.
Okay.
The exception is when I leave to go up to the hospital and then come back. But for the most part, I'm with him or he's with me the entire time.
leave the house, do you go back to Les's, or what do you do?
After I did my final contact with Mr. Yurich,
Yes.
I secure for the evening. I go back to my office, I drop off some items there, and then I go home.
Do you do anything else as part of your investigation?
I'm in contact with Watercraft, with ODNR. At that time, we're still trying to determine where exactly it did happen on the water, if it was in Mahoning County or if it was in Portage County. Part of my experience in doing investigations is I know the importance of cell phone records and phone records in general. I had Mr. Yurich's cell phone number. I advised Dave Ford and Officer McAuliffe that I would be more than happy to put in the subpoena to obtain any cell phone records to find any activity of Mr. Yurich. So I did take care of that on the following Monday. I put in that request.
And were those records given to you and then you forwarded them on?
Yes, ma'am. When I received them, when I finally received the records, we knew that it had happened in Mahoning County was the location of the crash. So I forwarded everything directly to them.
I'm going to hand you, may I put you?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109. Can you tell what those are?
These are the phone records that I obtained from AT&T.
And for what phone number? I think your subpoena's on the back page of that.
For the phone number for 330-727-7485.
Did you, during your part, before you knew it was Mahoning County, did you collect any witness statements or collect anything, any statements that Lieutenant Nolan was collecting as part of your investigation?
I did not personally get them from the people that supplied those statements, but yeah, they were put together as part of the case file. So that was part of that package that I forwarded over to Watercraft.
Okay. So your department and every other department is kind of putting the case file together for whoever takes over?
That is correct.
We have another picture I want you to identify. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you see that all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what that is?
That is the bow, would be the right side bow section of the boat that the victims had been in.
That's the fishing boat?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, all these pictures that I've shown you that you've identified, those are all fair and accurate representations of the items that you've seen, you saw that night, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
I have 1 minute.
You may.
When you're talking with the defendant, again, you asked him if he sustained any injuries, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was he able to talk about any injuries? Did he say he had anything?
No, he stated that he did have no injuries, ma'am.
And I know you said he told you he left to go meet some friends alone on the boat, but did he ever say whether during the crash he was alone?
I did ask him that, if anybody was with him, and he indicated that he was alone in the boat at the time.
with the defendant. Did you ever arrest him that night?
No, ma'am.
That early morning?
No, ma'am.
And why not?
Still conducting the investigation.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
No, ma'am, I did not arrest him.
Were you still investigating?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect any evidence from those boats while you were there, either at Les's or at the defendant's house?
No, ma'am.
Did you touch those boats while you were at Les's or at the defendant's house?
No, ma'am.
I have nothing further this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. You okay, Kath? Just to clear up one area which I'm sure is going to be raised on cross-examination, but there was an objection posed as to Lieutenant Johnson's, whether the lights were on at the time he looked at the boat or whether they had already been turned off. And obviously, it's a multiple question, and I know that's an area at issue. So the objection was overruled as to the second part of that question, whether they were on or off when he saw the boat. If I could move that along. Attorney Morrow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, ma'am.
You have, through the course of your testimony this morning, several times referred to your police report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Those were the notes that you took shortly after this incident.
I wrote it up after the incident. Yes, ma'am.
You weren't, as you were sitting there writing things down, as people were telling you things. You went back, I believe, and reviewed your audio recordings.
Yes, ma'am.
You did not record audio while you were at the hospital that evening, correct? I'm
No,
sorry.
ma'am.
Okay.
If, I guess I should.
Let me clarify that,
Yes, ma'am,
because-
please.
When you went to the hospital and spoke to Mr. Lindemood, you did not audio record that.
No, ma'am.
That portion of your report is from your recollection of sitting and talking to him.
I did write notes when I was talking to him.
Fair enough. Do you have those notes with you?
No, ma'am.
It's important when something happens and you're investigating to make sure you document as much as you can at the time, correct?
Correct.
Because as you just said, you were still investigating.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't know what's going to be important and what's not.
No, ma'am.
You don't know what's going to be useful to some of the other investigators and what may not be useful.
Correct.
So you have to document as many details as you can, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And from that documentation, you prepared the report you've been referring to today.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's quite possible, as has happened here, it may be several years before you testify, correct?
That is correct.
Or before the information you put in your report may be needed.
That is correct.
So, you would agree with me if you wrote something down back then 2 years ago, it's probably a little more accurate than your recollection here today.
Depending on if it was something I had recorded or if it was something that I had just written down at that time.
And if it's neither, you didn't record or you didn't write, you're going off your best recollection as you sit here today.
That would be correct. Yes, ma'am.
You were asked a couple minutes ago if Mr. Yurich said he left by himself that night in his boat. And you said, yep, he said he left by himself. And when he returned, he said he was by himself, correct?
He said that he had left his house, his wife and his child was at the house when he left alone. And he said at the time of the crash, no one was in the boat with him.
And you don't have any evidence to indicate somebody was in that boat at the time of the crash, besides Joe Yurich.
Other than his statement, no, ma'am.
Well, you didn't find anything to contradict that statement.
Not that I'm aware of, no, ma'am.
took that picture sometime around 4:05 a.m. on May 9th, correct?
Yes, if I recall correctly, I have the time in there, but it was
And I
after
put
4.
up on the screen State's Exhibit 45, which you testified to a little bit ago.
Correct.
You yourself did not notice that mark until shortly before 4 a.m., correct?
I think I noticed it before 3 a.m.
Right around 3 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
So you get there around 1:48, shortly before 3 is the first time you noticed this mark.
That's correct.
And you don't document it until shortly after 4.
That's when I take the photograph, ma'am.
And by that point in time, are you aware of how many hours Dr. Yurich had been up straight? How long he'd been awake at this time?
No, ma'am.
And by this point in time, you had told him that there had been a fatality that night,
Yes, ma'am.
and he became very emotional.
Yes, ma'am.
He was pretty drained because of how upset he was.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, as you observed him, prior to telling him there was a fatality, he was engaged in talking to you, responsive, and answering your questions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you tell him there's a fatality, he continually repeats, "Oh my God, I can't believe this happened," correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Self-serving.
Overruled.
He does comment that he's upset over what happened.
And this photograph is taken over an hour and a half after you tell him there's been a fatality that night.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
When you first started testifying, you testified about your training and experience years ago when you first became an officer and the continual training you go through. And one of the areas you identified was DUI.
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the areas that you're trained in is to detect impairment, correct?
Correct.
And one of the ways you detect impairment is by administering what we call standardized field sobriety tests, correct?
Correct.
And those standardized field sobriety tests are designed to assess an individual's coordination, correct?
Correct.
To assess their motor skills,
Correct.
to detect their ability to be alert and respond to questions,
Correct.
and to follow directions.
Correct.
And it is based on those standardized field sobriety tests that you assess whether or not there's impairment when you encounter someone you believe is intoxicated.
That's a part of it, but there's more, but that's part of it.
Have you made DUI arrests?
Yes, ma'am.
And the form that you use when you administer the standardized field sobriety test has you very specifically mark what the individual has and has not been able to perform.
Correct.
And then the other form that you fill out on a DUI arrest has you, when you make the arrest, has you note any other indications of intoxication, correct?
Correct.
And those would be slurred speech, correct?
Correct.
Glassy eyes,
Correct.
odor of alcohol.
Correct.
You don't note any of those in any of your report from this night when we were talking to Joe Yurich, correct?
I did not conduct those tests. I was instructed not to.
Do you remember telling Joe Yurich you were not going to perform the field sobriety test because when he was walking down the embankment to the dock, walking on the dock, and negotiating in the dark, he'd already done the field sobriety test for you?
No, I did not say that.
You were saying you were instructed not to perform field sobriety tests that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in your report?
When I called,
No, my question was, where is that in the report, sir?
On page 5, second paragraph from the top.
It does not say anywhere in there, I was instructed not to give field sobriety tests, correct?
In those words, no, ma'am.
In fact, that paragraph summarizes your conversation with the prosecutor that night.
That I had talked to him, yes, ma'am.
Now, the prosecutor was not out of the scene, correct?
No, ma'am.
You did tell him that you didn't detect any signs of impairment, correct?
I'm not sure of the details that I gave the prosecutor at that time.
You testified before in this matter on the road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember being in court testifying?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, you never testified that you were told not to perform field sobriety tests, correct?
I'm not sure if I was asked that question.
Well, at that point in time, we were trying to assess whether or not there was sufficient evidence of impairment for Mr. Yurich, correct?
That was part of the issues we were dealing with.
And is it your testimony as you sit here today, at that time, you didn't think it was important that you were told not to do field sobriety tests?
I was told to look into alternate testing procedures.
My question was, when you testified before, you didn't think it was important to inform the court, the prosecutor, or the defense that you were told not to perform field sobriety tests?
I wasn't asked that question, ma'am.
And you didn't think it was important to make sure the prosecutor knew it?
I don't recall ever being asked that specific question, ma'am.
So is today here in this courtroom the first time you've told anybody you were told not to perform field sobriety tests?
I was given guidance on what I was told to do.
My question was, is today here in this courtroom the first time you've ever told anybody you were told not to perform field sobriety tests?
I can't say this is the first time I've ever said that, no, ma'am. I don't recall being asked that question, but I never did not say I didn't do the field sobriety test. I was instructed to do something different. That's why I didn't do the field sobriety test.
The inability to recall specific facts does not necessarily mean someone is impaired, correct?
Not necessarily, no, ma'am.
In fact, when you were here and provided testimony before on this case, you were absolutely certain your dash cam video was wrong as to the date, and that this was a Sunday morning that you were investigating.
I wasn't sure because of the time change and everything at that time, yes, ma'am.
You testified at that time your dash cam video had to be wrong because you knew it was a Sunday morning, correct?
Because of when the call came in, and at that time I was not sure if my dash cam, because it's set up on GPS, ma'am, I don't program the date in.
Correct, and that's, you recall testifying, you weren't certain how that could happen because you were positive it was a Sunday morning and the camera had to be wrong.
During that time, ma'am, we did clear that up, that it was correct.
I understand that, but before we cleared it up and took the break, you were positive it was a Sunday morning.
I thought it was. I was not sure. I was trying to rely off of what I had written down in the time the call had come in, because it was right after midnight when the call came in.
You recall testifying that you didn't have the ability to set the time and date in your car because it's linked to a satellite and it automatically does that. You remember testifying to that?
Yes, ma'am.
I can tell you the time is correct. Obviously, the date is not correct.
Objection.
Do you recall testifying to that?
Basis.
It's improper impeachment. She has to,
If
he
you
already
can-
said he remembers.
He said, I wasn't certain. We had to clear it up.
Overruled.
You recall testifying, I can tell you the time is correct. Obviously, the date is not correct.
That's in the transcript, ma'am, I said that, but that was...
And then you said, I know I responded on a Saturday night and into Sunday, May 10th. If I had my calendar in front of me, we could confirm that right now.
Is there a question?
Do
Objection.
you recall testifying to that?
Ma'am, at the beginning, we were trying, I'm doing a look back of 2 years, and I was trying to make sure the day of the week.
Do you recall testifying to that?
If, ma'am, if that's in the transcript, then that's what I said.
You weren't impaired at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Now, you arrive at the Yurich's and you meet them in the yard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you talk to both Joe and Angelina for a while before you go down to look at the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
During that first encounter with Joe, he is cooperative and coherent, correct?
He's cooperating. Yes, ma'am.
Was he coherent too?
Yes.
So he's cooperative and coherent, no slurred speech,
None that I recall. No, ma'am.
none that you documented either.
Correct.
That's something pretty important that you document, correct?
Correct.
And he tells you he's not sure, he thought he hit a rock when you ask him what happened.
That is correct.
And they explained to you that after he got home, they started calling friends, and then once they found out the boat had been hit, that was when they made the decision to call the police.
Correct.
I could have you turn to page 4 of your report. You indicate you observed no obvious signs of intoxication.
Yes, ma'am.
If you had observed any signs of not as obvious intoxication, things that gave you sort of a reason to question, you would have documented those, wouldn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And they aren't in there.
No, ma'am.
Kathy, do you know what exhibit we're on, what our last one was?
Yes, your last one was K.
Thank you. Now, you were shown a series of pictures that you took down, or that you had taken down at Joe's dock that morning, correct?
Correct.
You specifically, as you were walking down to the dock that morning, commented to Joe, "It's awfully dark out here." Do you remember telling him that?
There were no lights. That's correct.
Do you remember telling Joe it was awfully dark?
I have no doubt I said that. No, ma'am.
And in fact, he offered to get the light to shine it to help you take the pictures.
Yeah, I had my flashlight with me, and he offered to hold it while I took the photos.
Now, as you're walking down to this dock, you go down a slope, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever, or are you aware of anybody ever going and checking what that slope is?
As the
How
angle,
steep of the slope it was?
I'm not aware of that, no, ma'am.
We can agree it was a fairly good slope down to the lake. Did you have to walk down it sideways as you were going down?
No.
When you got down there, there was a broken step.
Objection, question?
There was a broken step, wasn't there?
On the steps leading down to the dock, yes, ma'am.
And on the dock, there was a missing board.
I don't recall it would be, if it's on the photograph, ma'am, I'm not going to dispute that.
Yeah, Coach.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what I just had marked as Defendant's Exhibit L, and it's pretty dark, that's why I'm not going to put it up on the screen. Does that picture fairly and accurately reflect what the dock looked like that night when you went down there? That's one of the pictures you had, Zwick take
Take.
that evening.
Then it would fairly accurately represent it, yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that prior to today?
I've looked through quite a few photos. I can't recall, but I know that I had Detective Zwick take a lot of photos. But I can see the steps leading down. I just don't recall, but I'm not going to dispute it.
Well, is that what it looked like when you walked down to the lake that night?
I did not go out on the dock. I came down and was taking pictures straight on. This appears to be one taken from standing out on the dock looking back. So I did not have that perspective when I was there.
Do you remember as you were walking on the dock, Joe telling you to be careful, and you say, if I fall in, just pull me out?
Yes, ma'am, I said that to him.
Yeah, Coach Ryan?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what we've marked Defendant's Exhibit M. Those are the steps leading down to where the boat is.
Yes, ma'am.
And that picture fairly and accurately represents what you saw that evening when you went down to look at the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, isn't it true that when you asked Joe where he'd been, and he said he went to meet some friends and they went to Ben's, you never asked him, how'd you get to Ben's?
Well, he has stated that when he dropped his wife and daughter off, that he had left in his boat.
And went to meet some friends,
Right.
and they went to Ben's.
Correct.
You never asked him how they got to Ben's.
I don't know if I don't think I specifically asked him that. I'm trying to recall if he said that they walked. I didn't have any indication that they had driven, but I don't recall.
You never asked him.
No, that would have come up in the conversation. I did not specifically ask that question. No, ma'am.
Now, after you're in the house for a while, you and Joe go outside and you get in your car.
Yes, ma'am.
And it switches from a video to just solely an audio, correct?
No, when we get in
I'm sorry, the other way around.
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. It switched from only an audio to a video and audio.
Correct.
And it was within 2 minutes of getting in your car that you informed Joe there had been a fatality that night.
No, I had told him in the house that there had been a fatality prior to getting in.
And maybe that wasn't clear. It was with 2 minutes prior to getting in the car. that you told him there had been a fatality that night?
I don't know the exact time frame, but I did tell him before we got in the car.
Well, you were outside talking to the prosecutor, and at that point in time, you went back inside and told Joe, correct?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
And then right after that, you left with Joe in your vehicle.
Correct.
Now, I think you said he was very emotional, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, when he is distraught and upset, you tell him you see no signs that he's intoxicated.
I know I commented that. I don't know if those were my exact words, but I know I commented about that he did not appear to be drunk.
And Joe says, this is before you even get in the car, he doesn't know what to say. And you ask him to go with you, and he complies.
Correct.
And when you get in the vehicle, oh, I'm sorry. When you're still in the house, you can hear Joe say, as you're asking him to go with you, I can't believe someone died.
Objection.
Do you remember Joe saying that to you that night?
I know he commented that. Again, that's why I had it recorded. If that's in the recording and that's what he said, then that's what he said, ma'am.
So while he's in the car with you, your report doesn't indicate any slurred speech, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your report doesn't indicate when he's in the car with you that he's having trouble understanding what you're talking about.
Correct.
He is looking out the window crying most of the time you're driving, correct?
On and off. Yes, ma'am.
At some point, you were trying to, I don't know what words you want to use, calm Joe down, console him. You tell him it's going to be fine, correct?
I'm trying to keep Mr. Yurich cooperative.
Okay.
So I'm trying to make myself appear to be not a threat. So I'm going to try to make him think that everything is fine.
Well, and when you're saying everything's fine, mid-sentence, Joe cuts you off and very clearly says, no, it's not going to be fine, I killed someone.
I believe he did.
Objection.
There's no,
May I say, counsel? First of all, for Kathy's sake, I think it's a good opportunity for a morning recess, so we'll take 15 and pick this up.
all rise, this court is in recess.
We can do that, Jim.
Is now in session, the Honorable John and Gregory preside.
You may be seated. It is warm in here today. Last month, I think the average temperature was 35 in here. We did put a phone call into maintenance. As it relates to the issue and objection at hand, one of the benefits of trying the case to a judge and not a jury is hopefully the court's ability to determine what is proper evidence before it. Now, under 801D2, an admission by a party opponent, those are admitted under that rule when offered against the party, and that rule does not permit, in fact prohibits a party from offering their own out-of-court statement as an admission. So I'm not certain, as I think about the question and answer, with the defendant indicating, no, it's not all right, I killed someone, whether that's offered against the party, but nonetheless, counsel should be cognizant that I am aware of that rule and its restrictions. So to the extent that the statement is offered by the party as an admission, the objection is sustained. You may proceed.
if I affidavit is not being offered for that purpose.
And I didn't think it was, and that's why I originally overruled the objection. And again, if that's the purpose for which it was offered, then that's fine, but let's move on.
As you're in the vehicle with, thank you. I'm probably
I'm
sure.
done.
As you're in the vehicle with Joe Yurich, the conversation, he is appropriately responding to questions you ask him.
Yes, ma'am.
And his responses that he's giving you are appropriate for the incident he was just advised occurred.
Objection, still one question.
Correct?
I could not hear you, Attorney Kath Gomez.
It's not a question, she's not asking a question, that's been my continuous objection.
The responses he was giving were appropriate for the incident that he had just been advised occurred, correct?
He was answering my questions, yes, ma'am.
And there wasn't anything unusual about the answers he was giving you. Isn't that true?
No, and how, the response is no.
And in fact, you didn't think he was confused or incoherent at all, did you?
He did not give that any signs of that.
And when you previously testified, you testified that you didn't think he was confused that night in your vehicle.
No, correct, ma'am.
Now, when you're in the vehicle, you actually speak with, well, and it was you that in the vehicle that said accidents happen and you didn't have any indication that this was anything other than an accident, correct?
I did say that.
And when you're in the vehicle, I believe you received a couple phone calls, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
One of those was from Lieutenant Nolan.
Correct.
And when you got off the phone after you spoke with Lieutenant Nolan, you tell Joe, we don't know if the lights were on. Correct?
I don't know if I said it specifically, but I know I acknowledged that there was a concern if the lights were on or off. We did not know for sure.
And you also told Joe there was a concern that even if the lights were on, he may not have seen them.
Yes, I made that.
Objection.
Did you tell Joe that even if the lights were on, he might not have seen them?
I made a comment in that area, yes, ma'am, that he may not have seen them.
Now, you also tell Joe in the car ride, do you not, that there was no way if he was impaired, he would have been able to negotiate the walk down to the boat and the steps that were broken and getting into the boat or down by the boat.
I don't know if those are my exact words, but I did comment about his ability to walk down to the boat.
And that you viewed that ability to walk down to the boat as indicating he wasn't impaired.
I told him that, yes, ma'am.
And one of the other phone calls you had while you were in the vehicle was with, I believe you testified with, and I apologize, is it Lieutenant Zwick, Detective Zwick?
Detective Zwick.
Okay. You spoke with Detective Zwick as well.
I believe I did, yes, ma'am.
And when you got off the phone with Detective Zwick, you told Joe, did you not, the reason you were having her take photographs is because you wanted to make sure you can show he was able to walk down there, climb up and down those steps with no problem. I don't want this being presented that you were drunk.
I know I said something to that effect, yes, ma'am.
No questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. You've had extensive DUI training, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you have any concerns when you're investigating a DUI after a crash with regard to giving someone field sobriety exercises?
There's always a concern about anybody that's been involved in some kind of a traumatic effect incident, they don't always show signs of impairment.
Okay. And what else are you concerned about? Like if they've hit their head or something like that?
Objection to form.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Are you concerned about whether they have any injury as a result of that crash as well?
Objection. No.
Overruled.
Yes, I'm considering that if they have any physical injuries or if they have struck their head.
And you already know that this boat was in that crash at that point, don't you?
That is correct.
When we're talking about field sobriety exercises, what kind of exercise are we talking about? Like what are the normal field sobriety exercises that you would have given had it been just a normal run-of-the-day DUI along the side of the road?
Objection to speculation.
Overruled.
Refer to it as the one-leg stand, where you have the subject stand with their leg elevated off the ground and count to 30,
Okay.
30 seconds. Walk and turn, the heel and the toe test, where they walk heel and toe 9 steps, turn around and come back. Then we also did the eye and the nystagmus test to see if there's any effect on their eyes, on their ability to track.
And after talking with the prosecutor that night, you decided not to do those field sobriety exercises?
That's correct.
What was the reason for that?
Objection.
Overruled.
When I was speaking to Prosecutor Vigalucci, it was the focus on that time was that we were dealing with a homicide from the boat crash and that we weren't looking at an OPI, and to look at doing alternate forms of testing that if Mr. Yurich was willing to do that.
Objection.
I can certainly distinguish the answer, so you can proceed.
Thank you. Had you ever met the defendant before that night?
No, ma'am.
Did you know how he spoke normally on any other night besides that night?
That was the first time I'd ever met him.
When you went to that house and spoke to the defendant, you've already testified that he thought it was a rock that he ran into, is that correct?
That's what he said. He thought he'd hit a rock.
Did he say it might have been something else as well?
He thought it was a rock. He wasn't even positive it was a rock that he had struck.
Okay. So did he keep going back and forth, and maybe it was a rock, maybe it was something else?
He never specifically said that he knew he hit a rock. He thought he hit a rock. He didn't check. He kept going. So he never made any attempt to verify what he had struck.
So did he seem confused about what he hit?
Yeah, he wasn't sure. I mean, here he had struck something, but he maintained that he didn't even stop to find out what he had struck.
What about when you asked him whether he stopped and said something after the crash? Was he confused about that?
He didn't think he had said anything, but then when I pointed out what I had, my understanding of what was said, he immediately said, "I know I didn't say that." So he's initially telling me he didn't think he said anything, and then but if he didn't think he said anything, how would he know if he did or didn't?
Overruled.
That how would he know if what I was telling him he said or didn't say? When he doesn't now, he's maintaining he didn't know if he said anything, and if he did, he didn't recall what he said.
So he didn't remember either?
Correct.
That was possible, right?
Correct.
So when you say that there's no obvious signs of intoxication in your report, you already mentioned that he wasn't falling down, correct?
That's correct.
And you couldn't smell an odor of alcohol on him like you testified before, that's right?
Correct.
Okay. But he did make, didn't he tell you several times that he had a number of beers?
He never gave me, yes, he did say that, and he never gave me a specific number, so I knew that he had been drinking, consuming alcoholic beverages.
So you didn't need to smell an odor of alcohol in order to know that he consumed beers, did you?
Rephrase.
Did you need to smell an odor of alcohol in order to know that he consumed some beers?
He acknowledged that he had.
Did he tell you how long he lived on that lake, or you said before that he was familiar with that lake. Did he say how long he lived there or anything?
I don't recall if he gave me an exact time. I know they said that they'd had the cottage for a while, but I don't know what that would mean. But he said he was familiar with the route back from Ben's restaurant back to where the cottage was at.
Okay. And would that mean he'd be familiar with his dock as well?
Objection.
Speculation sustained.
That was the dock connected to his house, correct? That you went and took the pictures of his boat?
Connected to the property, yes, ma'am.
Did it look like that dock had been there for a number of years?
Yes,
And you already mentioned that there was one of the steps was in disrepair, is that right?
we had commented about because the winter had been so severe that about there had been damages to the docks and that down there because of the ice during the previous winter.
And when you're in the car, again, you've never met the defendant before that, right?
No, ma'am.
So you've never heard him talk before that day, is that right?
Overruled.
No, ma'am.
Does the defendant repeat himself a lot in the car?
He does.
When you said to Attorney Morrow that you were trying to calm him down to keep him cooperative, did you want him to stay cooperative throughout the entire time you were talking with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also ask for permission for his trailer at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that for?
Watercraft wanted to take custody of his boat. He agreed to allow us to take the boat, and he also provided permission to use the trailer for the boat to take custody of the boat.
And did you feel that those statements you made to him kept him calm?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Did you feel that those statements you made to him kept him cooperative?
Objection.
Speculation sustained.
Did he stay cooperative after you made those statements?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he stay calm after you made those statements?
Yes, ma'am.
During this entire time, are you still investigating?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to gather as much information as I can.
So while making these statements in the car, are you still investigating what happened that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever acknowledge that he hit a boat?
The closest it came to that, he wasn't sure.
Okay.
After they had talked to some people prior to my arrival at the house, and there had been indication that a boat had been struck, and that's where he thought that he might have hit a boat. But he never came out. He was never sure what he had hit.
So it was your understanding that they knew he hit a boat before you got there?
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't they tell you they knew he hit a boat before you got there?
Objection. We just testified.
Overruled.
They had talked to some friends, and they knew a boat had got hit.
And that's what they told you?
Correct.
Okay, 1 second.
You may.
Anything further? Thank you.
Any recross?
The prosecutor just asked you about Joe repeating himself in the car, correct?
Correct.
Remember that? Isn't it true that what he repeated himself about was how he was upset that someone had died?
Objection.
She's trying to to use the fact that he's repeating himself as a sign of impairment. I think what he was repeating himself on would be right.
The cross-examination, of course, as it relates to that question, is going to one of the factors I'm sure the state is going to attempt to rely upon to establish the defendant's impairment. I think the court is obligated to review and examine the totality of the circumstances, and I think it relevant and not necessarily self-serving as to the topic of that dialogue. So the objection is noted and overruled.
So, one of the areas that he kept repeating himself over was concern for the victim's family, correct?
One of the areas, yes, ma'am.
And one of the other areas was that he was upset someone had died.
One of the areas, yes, ma'am.
And the things he kept repeating were, oh my God, oh man, that poor family.
Objection.
Isn't that true?
Sustained as to that portion.
Now, you've testified to your experience over the years, investigating accidents and OVIs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that when you have an accident, even when there's no alcohol even remotely involved in it, no indication of alcohol, that the people that are involved in the accident can sometimes, immediately after the accident, not recall exactly how things occurred?
On occasion, yes, ma'am.
And you testified that Joe had said, I didn't say that. Isn't it when he was asked about, make this clear, the prosecutor asked you, after you spoke to Mr. Lindley, you came back and asked Joe about what he may or may not have said that night, correct?
Correct.
And in the exact same sentence, he said, I didn't say that. If I said something, I'm not sure what.
Correct.
You have provided some testimony on redirect about the field sobriety test and why you performed it.
Correct.
And one of the issues that the prosecutor asked you about was when there's an injury, whether or not you do field sobriety tests. Do you remember that?
It's not a question of the injury if you do them or not. It's a question of if there's an injury, would that have an effect on their ability to do them?
Well, and isn't the true concern that if you do field sobriety tests and there's been a head injury, the results of those tests, you can't tell whether they're from the injury or from impairment from alcohol?
It would depend on the nature of the injury.
My question was, if there's a head injury, when you do standardized field sobriety tests, you can't tell if your results are from the injury or from impairment from alcohol.
I guess, and I don't mean to be argumentative, ma'am, is it a question that there's a small injury to their head? Depending on the severity of the injury.
Well, if there's a small injury on their head, would you proceed with field sobriety tests?
If they had a small cut on their head and they explained how they got it and it wasn't from an impact, I would still do them, yes, ma'am.
If I say the Nitsa-Manual, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been trained on the Nitsa-Manual, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true the Nitsa-Manual tells you if there's been an injury or an accident, the field sobriety tests are not going to tell you results from whether it's impairment from alcohol or from an injury?
And again, ma'am, I would...
Is that what the manual tells you?
I don't have it in front of me. I'm just telling you, ma'am, it depends on the severity of the injury.
And there were no signs here of injury?
There was no report. Mr. Yurich did have some abrasions on the side of his neck, but he maintained that he had suffered no injury from the incident.
But you didn't even recognize those until somewhere around 3 o'clock.
When the lighting was better, yes, ma'am.
So when you're taking into your car, you're not aware of any injury?
I've asked him, and he's reported none.
No other questions?
Thank you. Any follow-up?
Didn't he also say something about himself, not just about the other family? Wasn't he concerned about himself as well?
Oh, and the effect this was having on him and his family? Yes, ma'am.
What did he say about that?
He said that it was stupid what had happened, that it was his life was ruined.
Objection? It's not responsive to the question.
Overruled.
What was that last part?
That his life was ruined. So he was focused also on the impact it was having on him and his family.
Any further?
Any follow-up?
I have one second.
You may. You may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Should I leave now?
Please,
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Ken. Thank you.
That's his.
Is this for Lieutenant? Yes, ma'am. Is this yours? Sorry. Thank you. Attorney Cantala Mesa, Attorney DeGravio.
Your Honor, the state calls day 4.
I know. You would step right up and raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name for the record, spelling your last name for the court order?
David Ford, F-O-R-D.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a natural resource officer investigator. I'm employed by the Ohio Department of Natural Resources.
Is that commonly referred to as ODNR?
Yes.
And at the ODNR, what do they patrol within the state of Ohio?
All the properties owned or administered by the Department of Natural Resources, state parks, forests, natural areas, all the waterways of the state of Ohio.
And how long have you worked for ODNR?
25 years.
What is your education and background in order to be an investigator for ODNR?
I have a degree in applied science, natural resources. I have my Ohio Peace Officer certification from the 88th Basic Police School at Case Western Reserve University. I have 2 formal courses, 60 hours in vessel incident, crashes, things of that nature, investigation. I attend local and regional training sessions and seminars. Triannually, I go to a national seminar to stay in touch with current best practices.
Okay. And how long have you been an investigator for ODNR?
10 years.
Before being an investigator, what did you do?
I was a patrol officer.
And as a patrol officer, what would you do for ODNR?
We would patrol the waterways for boating safety, search and rescue. We were involved in education. We taught boating safety classes to the public and to other emergency response or first responder agencies. That included rules of the road or the navigation laws, the state's required equipment, and the state's boating operation laws.
Where are you currently assigned? A region or a certain location that you're assigned
The
to?
Northeast region, which is the northeast quadrant of the state, I specifically report to Wingfoot Lake State Park in Portage County.
Okay. Is there a time when you actually patrolled Berlin Reservoir?
Yes,
And when was that?
Between the years of late 2001, 2002 till about 2012.
And as a patrol officer for Berlin Reservoir, would you be out in a boat or in a car? What would you
Yes,
be
in a
doing?
boat.
And what exact things would you be doing as part of your duties?
Violations by the boaters, managing user conflict, boaters, swimmers, things of that nature, just trying to keep everyone safe. But most of it consisted of watching for boating violations, affecting a stop, just like a traffic stop would happen by a policeman on the road,
Okay.
and addressing those violations.
And are you familiar with the laws and regulations that permit boaters to be on that lake?
Yes.
And are they the same all over the state of Ohio?
Yes, some bodies of water have laws specific to that body of water as well.
Is this reservoir strictly for recreation? Is there any kind of commercial fishing or anything going on in there?
The reason the impoundment exists is for water control and flood control. A secondary use is recreation. There isn't really any commerce that takes place on the waterway. There are a couple of businesses located on the lake, but there's not commercial vessels that operate on the lake.
So there's no barges or anything that come through this reservoir?
No.
Are there posted signs around Berlin Reservoir?
Yes.
And what kind of signs would those be?
There's signs at all the public accesses that covers some basic Army Corps, because it's the Army Corps administers the lands
Okay.
around the lake, the public use lands. Their rules and regulations are there. The bridges have some signs that are relative to some of the boating laws on the lake.
Okay. And if I show you, say, Exhibit 4, can you identify that for us?
What would you like to know? Where the signs are located?
Well, actually, just first, tell us what State's Exhibit 4 is.
It's an overhead view of the north end of Berlin Reservoir, and it concentrates on the area where State Route 224 crosses the reservoir. And it has pins on it, and it shows the Portage-Mahoning County line.
Does this aerial photograph or map contain all of Berlin Reservoir?
No.
Where does it continue on?
It continues on to the southwest, coming off the map.
And what about to the north? Is it?
Yeah,
all-
there's somewhere in the neighborhood of about a half a mile or so off the map to the dam.
Okay, and so that's what I was going to ask you. What's located up there? Is that the dam?
There's a dam there.
Okay. On this waterway, are there certain locations that are designated no wake zones?
Yes.
And what would those be? Just on this map?
Just on this map, there are several on the map.
Okay.
One, all over the lake is 150 feet from a shoreline, is a designated no wake zone
Okay.
in a specific Ohio administrative code that pertains to Berlin Reservoir. The area around the bridge, 300 feet on either side of the State Route 224 bridge, would be a no wake zone. It would be marked by buoys, part of the Uniform State Waterway Marking System.
Okay. And do those in fact, are those buoys there from your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. You've been out there recently?
Yes. Yes.
Are there any other unofficial no wake zones? You talked about being 150, is it feet from the shore?
It's feet.
Okay. What about around docks and stuff like that? Would those be considered 150 feet from the shore?
Yes, written in the Ohio Revised Code, 300 feet from docks, boat ramps, moorings, things of that nature. They don't have to be marked. They're statutorily no wake zones.
Okay. What does no wake mean?
No wake means as slow as a vessel can possibly go and still maintain steerage and maneuverability.
Does that mean idle speed, or could that be a different?
Idle speed is synonymous with no wake speed when people talk about it.
Okay. Do you know what Berlin Reservoir was before it became Berlin Reservoir?
Yes.
What was it?
Farmland, residential area, and then in 1942, I believe it was, the Army Corps dammed up the Mahoning River and flooded the area that now makes the surface area of Berlin Reservoir.
How far down is the lake? Is there a certain depth of this reservoir?
The
Does
mean
it
depth of the
vary?
lake is 23 feet. Its maximum depth is 55 to 60 feet, and that's all relative because, like I said, this is a flood control reservoir. So water, they can shut the dam gates off and they can open them. So that's all relative to what the Army Corps is doing. Water depths in Berlin Reservoir fluctuate a lot.
Are boaters and different people allowed to fish on this reservoir?
Yes.
Are there any rules about that fishing?
Just need an Ohio fishing license and follow the fishing regulations.
Is there any place on this reservoir in this map that people are not allowed to fish?
I don't think so. Private property, if you don't have permission to be on it, someone's yard or something like that, but you're allowed to be anywhere on the lake. The area closest to the dam, there's some boating regulations there, how far you're allowed to be and what kind of motors and propulsion you can use, but people are allowed to go in the area and fish, and that's not on the map. You asked about on the map. So basically, no, shore fishing in public areas is okay. Boat fishing anywhere is okay, except for where the restricted area near the dam would be, but that's not on the map. And then you can't go on people's private property without permission, but otherwise you could be anywhere you want on the lake.
What about from a fishing boat? Are you allowed to fish anywhere on the picture on that map?
Yes.
What about under the bridge? Are you allowed to fish under the bridge?
Yes.
What about at night? Do any of those rules about fishing change?
No.
Okay. Is there any speed limits on that lake during the day?
Yes.
What's that?
It's the safe speed navigation law that says a vessel should proceed at a safe speed to be able to take in the environment and in any circumstances, weather, boat traffic, things like that, to be able to apprise in a sufficient amount of time if a risk of collision exists.
Okay. What about at night?
At nighttime, that same explanation would apply. There's an additional speed regulation in effect at night, and that's 10 miles an hour.
That's the maximum speed limit?
Correct.
Is there posted signs on that reservoir which indicate that?
Yes.
Did you take pictures or have pictures taken of the speed limit signs?
Yes.
Can you see that screen all right?
Yes.
Let me see if we can get this. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 99. Can you tell me what that is?
Those are two signs posted on the 224 bridge. For the best I could tell from that photo is probably on the north side. And they say, no wake, 10 mile an hour speed limit at night, alcohol prohibited, and no jumping from the bridge.
And you know what?
Jumping from the bridge?
So you're not allowed to do that.
No.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 100. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
And what's that?
Different picture, same two signs. Again, I believe it's the north side of the 224 bridge. Those photos were taken like just by land, like somebody hanging over the side of the bridge.
And is that from the left side of that sign? If you're taking it from the
Well,
left side?
Yeah, well, I don't know what you mean by left side. Yes.
From the right side.
From
of
the
sign, I
first
guess.
picture we were looking at, as we were looking at it, would be taken from the left side.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what's that?
That's the right side sign with the 10-mile-an-hour speed limit and the no jumping from the bridge. And all three of those photos represent the same signs in the same location.
And you believe that's all the north side of the 224 bridge?
Yes, I can tell you it is, after you showed the last picture, it's the north side of the bridge.
Okay. Are those fair and accurate representations of those bridge signs on 224?
Yes.
Have those been there for a number of years?
Yes.
How long would you say those signs have been there?
They've been here since I transferred to this area in 2001.
Does someone need a boating license in order to operate a boat in the state of Ohio?
Some people do.
And what's that mean?
Do you just want me to tell you what the law says?
Sure.
Okay. Persons born on or after January 1st, 1982, and in order to operate a power boat powered by greater than 10 horsepower, have to take a NASBLA, National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, approved boating safety course.
Okay. So the judge wouldn't need a boating
Excuse me?
license?
Putting me on the spot. I'm going to guess no, that the judge was born prior to 1982.
All right. Does that reservoir limit the size of boat that's put in the water there, or the size of boat that we run around the lake there?
No.
Is there any requirements at night for boats that boat on that lake?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, they're required to adhere to the night speed limit
Okay.
placed by the Army Corps. They're required to display navigation lights depending on what their activity on the lake is.
Okay. And what are the navigation lights that are required?
On power boats of the size that operate on Berlin Reservoir, that would be a red and a green side light.
Okay.
The red light shows to the left side of the boat. The green light shows to the right side of the boat from dead ahead to 112.5 degrees past the midpoint of the boat. And those lights have to be seen from a mile away, according to the navigation laws. Boats of this size are required to display 360 degrees of white light that shows all around the horizon. Those lights would be required to be visible from 2 nautical miles. And those lights would be required to be displayed on power boats on this lake from sunset to sunrise in periods of reduced visibility.
So this green and red light, would that be required to be at the front of your boat?
Yes.
Now you said power boats. Does that mean anything with an engine?
Anything propelled by machinery, yes.
So it doesn't mean just speed boats, it also means fishing boats with a motor, correct?
Yes.
What about, are people allowed to anchor their boats on the reservoir throughout the lake?
Yes.
Are there any restrictions to that?
Yes.
What would that be?
You couldn't anchor your boat in front of like one of the public boat ramps, or you couldn't anchor your boat in front of like a campground or a marina's, like a commercial marina's docking area.
Is that as to not to obstruct other traffic?
Correct.
Are you allowed to obstruct traffic under the bridge?
No.
That is an aerial photograph. Do you know how wide that actual opening is from one shore to the other, from the west to the east shore under the bridge there?
Don't know for sure.
Okay. Can you get several boats through there at once?
Yes. A lot of boats, like you could drive 20 boats under there
Okay.
going each way.
So
It's not terribly restrictive. I don't want to throw numbers out. It's a few 100 feet wide, and there's two bridge abutments there.
Okay.
But there's sections in between there that allow passage.
Now, do fishing boats have any special requirements as opposed to speed boats on that lake? Or they run by the same rules?
Yeah, same rules.
What about someone operating a trolling motor in that lake? Are they allowed to do that?
Sure.
And what is a trolling motor?
Just an electric motor. It's powered by the batteries on the boat. Fishermen often use them when they don't want to use the main power source, the inboard engine or the outboard engine that powers the boat. When they just want to be moving slow and be maneuverable.
When you used to patrol that lake, was it common for fishermen to be out there at night fishing?
Yes.
And have you ever seen fishermen with an additional lantern while they're out there?
Yes.
And what kind of lanterns would they be?
Gas lanterns or electric lanterns or sometimes flashlight type.
What about on the shore? Would those fishermen have lanterns as well if they were fishing from the shore?
Yes.
Is there any restrictions about that?
No.
At some point, you become involved in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
When was that?
Would have been May the 10th in the morning. I assisted Investigator McCullough. We went to interview Bruce Lindenwood.
Okay. Why weren't you called out on the 9th when it actually happened?
I was out of town.
Okay. So you were on vacation or something?
Yeah, just a couple days out of town.
Do you also write a report in relation to what you did in this case?
Yes.
Did you write a couple of reports in this case?
I did.
I approach her.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 64 and States Exhibit 76. First with States Exhibit 64. Could you tell me what that is?
Yes, it's a copy of the watercraft incident casualty report in this case.
And do you have any acronym that you commonly refer to it as?
We call it WICR.
WICR. And that's the first letter of each of the words that you
Correct.
told us?
Correct.
And why is that report filled out?
It's a requirement by the laws of the state of Ohio and the U.S. Coast Guard that in the event of a vessel incident or casualty, someone's hurt, someone's killed, someone's missing, property damage, to fill out the report.
And when you were patrolling Berlin Lake and throughout your career, have you filled out a lot of those WICR reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us what State's Exhibit number 76 is?
76 is a copy of my narrative that I kept track of for the things that I did throughout the course of the investigation.
So that's sort of your investigation report?
Yes.
So you get involved on May 10th of 2015, is that right?
Correct.
And you said you were assisting Investigator McCullough.
Correct.
What did you do?
We went to Bruce Lindemuth's house and sat down with him and interviewed him about the circumstances surrounding this incident.
Did you already know sort of the lowdown of what happened the day prior?
A little bit.
Okay. And what was your understanding of what happened at the point that you went out to talk to Bruce Lindemuth?
But there's
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Why did you go to Bruce Lindemuth? What? No, let me ask this. When you called to assist, what's your understanding and what your investigation is in reference to?
It's in reference to a two-boat collision at Berlin Reservoir.
Okay. You go and talk to Bruce Lindemuth, and how long do you spend with Mr. Lindemuth that day?
A couple hours.
Okay. Were you specifically trying to find out something that wasn't previously asked? What were you trying to do?
We hadn't had an opportunity to speak with him at all.
Okay.
So it was the whole what happened from start to finish.
And what else were you trying to find out? Were you trying to find out anything about the location?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I specifically asked him throughout the course of that talk, how familiar was he with the lake, and could he tell me where their boat was located at the time of the collision?
Okay. And was he able to give you an estimate? Or?
He was able to give an estimate.
All right. Did you ever return to that scene to try to figure out where that was?
Yes.
And what did you do in order to do that?
One of the officers was at the location on patrol, and I went to the bridge, the 224 bridge. Mr. Lindemuth had indicated that when I was trying to figure out an east-west location on the lake, he referenced the...
Objection.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, only as to this witness's ability to ascertain the location of the accident, so the objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
So Mr. Lindemuth said that he referenced the westernmost bridge support as a line of reference, and that they were out past the no-wake buoys.
Okay. And was it you and your investigation, or part of what you did with your team of investigators, I guess, that determined that that was in Mahoney County, Ohio, and not Portage County?
Yeah.
Objection.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I was familiar with where the county line runs, because when you're on patrol, it's important, if you're going to take any legal action, to know what county and township you're in.
Okay.
So I just knew by experience where the markings were on 224, and we just kind of make sure that we always teach and understand the other people who are doing the same sort of thing, what references to look at, so that you know where you are on the lake at all times.
After speaking with Mr. Lindeboo, do you go directly to that position, or do you go do something, look at anything else?
No, in the afternoon, we went to the Berlin Wildlife Area where the boats were stored.
Okay, what were you looking at when you were there?
There were some biological samples located on the bow of Mr. Yurich's boat that we had interest in collecting.
Okay, and were those collected at that time?
Yes,
And who collected those?
I did.
Okay. Were you assisted by anyone?
Yes.
And who was that?
Investigator McCullough.
Were photographs taken of that at that time as well?
Yes.
Are you still able to see that screen?
Yes.
I'm going to show you first State's Exhibit 53. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
It's a picture of the port bow of the Bayliner, owned and operated by Joseph Yurich in this case.
And what are we looking at in this picture that would you become interested in that day?
There is a fragment on there. If you look at the second snap where you would button something down, just I believe to the right of it, there's a piece of bone or tooth there. And then between the two snaps, there's some hair and there's a little bit of flesh.
And you take closer pictures of that, I believe?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 21. You recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
So in the center of the frame is a piece of flesh with some human hairs. Then you can see the snap, that's the second snap on that side of the boat. There's a couple more hairs to the right side of that, and over on the right side of that frame is a piece of bone or tooth fragment.
I'm sorry, that was exhibit.
Exhibit 21.
Thank you.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 22. Can you tell us what that is?
It's the just another close-up of the same. On the left side of the frame with the white boat background is some flesh with two hairs, and then that second snap on the port side of that boat, and then the two hairs on the right side of the snap, and then this sort of dark spot right of the hairs is a bone or tooth fragment.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 24. You recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's a photograph not taken by me. It was taken shortly after the incident, the night of the incident, so it would have been like the morning of the 9th, by another officer. It looks like he's at a different angle. It looks like he's on board the boat. And that's the second snap, and that's the hair and the flesh that you can see towards the top in the center of the frame.
Is that the second snap or is that another snap?
Hard to tell in that,
Okay.
just that picture.
Okay. Let me ask this one. State's Exhibit number 54. Could you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's a picture of the port bow of the Bayliner owned and operated by Joseph Yurich. It has the same evidence that we've been talking about. This time they're labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
When you collect that evidence, do you mark on the envelope as well those numbers that correspond
Yes.
on the picture?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7, 86, 87, number 8, and number 88. And you'll soon see why I gave it to you in that weird order. First with State's Exhibit number 7, could you tell us what that is?
Yes, it corresponds with number 1 in the photograph, and it's the 2 hairs and tissue, or it's the envelope that contained them. They're probably not in here anymore. They were probably consumed during testing, but that's the envelope that we sealed them up in
Okay.
and collected.
And you and Investigator McCullough collected those on what day?
May 10th at 1:29 p.m.
And whose writing is on the envelope?
Mine.
Okay. Are those collected with gloves and tweezers or whatever?
Yeah.
How are those collected?
Well, they're small, and the point is a DNA sample, so you wear protective clothing, mask, gloves. You take a pair of plastic forceps out of a sterile envelope, and then you remove the sample, and you put it in a smaller envelope, seal that up, and then put it in a larger envelope for labeling.
Okay. Are those numbered in that way because that's what you collected first, like you collect number 1 first and then number 2, or is it
Just relative numbers so that it's easy for us to come in here and match a sample to what that sample is and then where it came from on the boat.
Okay. And again, this is the Bayliner you're collecting these from?
Correct.
Can you tell us what the next envelope is? And you'll have to tell us the number, the red.
The next envelope in order is State's Exhibit 86. It's got my number 2 on it, so it would correspond with the number 2. And it's 2 hairs that were kind of stuck together, represented by the number 2 in the photograph.
Okay. And is that collected in the same manner that number 1?
Yes,
Or State's
same manner at the same time, just different envelopes.
And can you tell us what the next one is?
The next envelope is State's Exhibit 87. It's got my number 3 on it. Corresponds with the number 3 in the photograph. And it's a hair taken just below the second snap there.
Do you also label on these envelopes where you're collecting them from?
Yes.
So when it says snap, you're referring to the actual snap on the boat?
Yeah, because it gives a reference on the boat that we can see in the photograph. You could count the snaps down the side of the boat if you wanted and understand which one we're talking about and looking at.
And was that collected in the same manner as the other?
It was collected in the same manner and at the same time.
Can you tell us what the next one is?
The next envelope is State's Exhibit 8. It has my number 4 on it. It corresponds with the number 4 in the photograph. And it's a tooth or a bone fragment collected from the port bow of the bayliner.
And each one of these, if you're collecting in the same manner, putting in a small envelope and then a larger
Small envelope, so as not to contaminate it. It's sealed now. And then we can write on the bigger envelope and put the smaller sample envelope inside.
Okay. And do you seal the outside envelope as well?
Yes, we do. We seal the outside envelope, and then Investigator McCullough sealed the envelope and he signs the tape, and then when the technicians go in, they generally go in a different location to take the sample out of the larger envelope. They use the sample. If there's anything to put back, they put it back. If it gets consumed, it gets consumed.
What about the next exhibit?
The next one is State's Exhibit 88. It's number 5. Represented by the number 5 in the photograph. And it's one hair. It's still on the port bow of the bayliner. And I chose to call it, further down the port side of the boat between the 3rd and the 4th snap.
And is that collected in the same manner?
Collected in the same manner at the same time as the previous samples.
When those are all collected and sealed, where do they go?
They went back to my headquarters. They were locked in a temporary evidence locker for a short period of time, and they were transported to the Bureau of Criminal Identification in Richfield from there.
Did you ever open up those envelopes again before they were transported to DCI?
No.
When these boats are taken into from the water, and when you happen to go see them on the 10th, where were those boats?
They were locked in an ODNR-owned facility owned by our Division of Wildlife, just a half mile or so from the location on the lake where the collision happened. And they were locked behind garage bay doors.
Were they sealed, the doors?
We did. We sealed the man door that gave you access to that area. We locked it with a padlock. We put a piece of evidence tape on it, and we put a log there so that when we went in and out, we could log the day and time we went in and out and kind of what we did.
So when you went that day on the 10th, was it sealed prior to you getting there?
Yes.
And this has a cover, it's a dry storage containment unit?
Yes, it's a building that has several garage or work bays, and the last couple of them are able to be isolated off because there's a firewall inside with a steel man door, and it's purposely set up with a padlock so that if we have to do this sort of thing, we have a place to do it.
At what point do you inform anyone that you guys know it's a Mahoney County case?
After speaking with Mr. Lindemood on the 10th, after going to the bridge, taking a look, taking some measurements, and understanding where the county line was, I knew that this collision happened in Mahoney County, So I called the Mahoning County Sheriff's Office to let them know that this was in fact in Mahoning County, not Portage. The closest shore is actually Portage County where that's developed. And I understand that on the initial response, a lot of people went to the Portage County side. And I think people were thinking because they made contact together with the victims and the boats and the victims on the shore in Portage County. But it was important to figure out where the collision occurred versus where everybody first made contact with each other.
Is it ODNR who really takes charge of this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And who is your contact person at Mahoning County Sheriff's Department?
Detective Pat Mondora.
Do you enlist him to aid any of you in any of the investigation?
Yes.
And what do you want him to do?
Locate and interview witnesses that might have something to offer in this particular case.
And does he do that?
He does.
Do you also, what about, you hear something about Ben's restaurant during the investigation, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you go collect anything from that restaurant?
I asked Detective Mondora to go to the restaurant because we understood that folks involved had been there prior to the collision that night. And I asked him to go ask the proprietor about that and see if anyone knew what happened or understood that people were in there, if there was any surveillance. A lot of those places have security videos, and if so, if he could get that saved and secured.
Was he able to find any witnesses there?
He did.
And was that Rachel Mace?
Rachel Mace, Mr. Whitehouse. So we can see if there's more.
Did he conduct those interviews?
He did. He did.
Did you ever receive that surveillance video from Ben's restaurant?
I did.
Were you able to review that as well?
I did review it.
Was it what it purported to be, a surveillance video of?
Yeah, it was video in the doorway and then inside the bar area of Ben's restaurant.
Let me hand you what's been marked as state. May I continue?
You may, certainly.
State's Exhibit number 5. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, this is a disc that contains the surveillance video from inside Ben's that was collected by the Mahoning County Sheriff's Office.
And you said already that you reviewed that video?
I have.
And that's the same video that's on that disc?
Yes.
Did you, besides Mr. Lindemood, did you talk to any other witnesses?
Yes.
And who would that have been?
I spoke with Chuck Martin on May the 11th.
Anyone else on that day?
Witnesses that day?
Yeah. How about any law enforcement? Did you speak to any law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Several.
That's okay. Who did you talk to that day?
I spoke with Detective Mondora.
Okay.
I spoke with Jack Ossenauer from Sebring Court in the prosecutor's office over there.
Okay.
I believe I spoke with Nick Montarelli from the Mahone County prosecutor's office.
Okay.
I spoke with Lieutenant Johnson from Portage County Sheriff's Office.
Did you request anything from Lieutenant Johnson to aid in your investigation?
I did.
What did you request?
I asked him for phone records.
Okay. At this point in the investigation, did you have all these written witness statements that were taken that night at the scene?
I did.
And who would have forwarded those to you?
Lieutenant Johnson
Okay.
would have forwarded some, and Investigator McCullough would have forwarded some.
Okay, so you had all those already?
Yes.
Do you also burn a disc of all photos that were taken as part of the investigation in this case?
I did.
Is that all photos that ODNR took?
All photos that ODNR took, and all photos that I was aware of at the time I made the disc that were involved in this case, whether we took them or not.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 98. Can you tell us what that is?
It's a DVD disc, marked all the photos as of July 24th of 2015. It was a copy of all the photos that I was aware of, and I made it for your office to present to you.
And does that contain all pictures that were taken by ODNR on the night of the crash as well?
Yes.
And does that contain pictures of all the pictures you took while assisting Investigator McCullough with the reconstruction?
Yes.
Did you also take pictures of Mr. Lindemood?
I did. I believe that was on the, let me look back, make sure of the date. Yeah, I took photographs of Mr. Lindemood on May 13th in the morning at 8:30.
Okay. And those are contained on that disc as well?
Yes.
Do you do anything on May 14th of 2015?
Yes, on May 14th, I spoke with Detective Pat Mondora, and he informed me about...
You can't say what he said, but what did you do as a result of talking to him?
I reviewed the surveillance video from Ben's.
All right. Did you go back out to the boats that day as well?
Objection.
Did you do anything else that day?
Yes.
What's that?
We presented affidavits to Judge Vittori at Sebring Court so that we could go do further examination on both of the boats.
Okay. And did she sign those search warrants?
She did.
And what were you specifically specifically looking for this time when you went out to the boats?
We wanted to be able to look for any kind of electronic evidence, should it be available, GPS units, electronic control modules that might be part of the propulsion systems of the boats. We want to be able to remove any samples, take measurements, take photographs, look in compartments.
And did Investigator McCullough go with you that time as well?
Yes,
Did you collect things that day?
yes.
What did you collect?
We collected measurements, photographs, we collected light bulbs from the Bass Tracker boat owned by Bruce Lindemood.
Yes, Counsel. All right, good opportunity for our noon recess. We'll see everyone back here at 1:15.
All rise. This court is in recess. All rise. This Court of Common Pleas is back in session.
You may be seated. Counsel, you may continue.
Okay. Mr. Ford, I think when we left off, I was just about to show you, you talked about getting some light bulbs the day of the search warrant, is that right?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 9 and 10. Can you tell us what those are?
Yes, ma'am. State's Exhibit 10 is an 1157 light bulb from the aft or back light fixture on Bruce Lindemood's fishing boat.
Okay.
And State's Exhibit 9 is the light bulb from the front or bow light fixture from Bruce Lindemood's fishing boat.
And when you take those light bulbs, do you have to remove them from something on the boat?
Yes, they come out of the fixtures,
Okay.
the fore and aft light fixtures.
Okay. And do those have anything covering those light bulbs while on the boat?
Yeah, the plastic light covers, the one's red, one's green, one's white.
Is the red and green one, is that just one light fixture?
On this particular boat, yes, it was.
Okay. So, back to State's Exhibit 15. What are we looking at?
That would be the rear or aft or white light fixture for the bass tracker for the fishing boat.
Okay. And did you take that, I don't know which.
I took the bulb, which is State's Exhibit 10, out from under that white plastic globe there.
And then State's Exhibit 14. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the bow of the bass tracker fishing boat. You see what looks like the post from the electric motor, the line from the anchor, and just to the left of the what appears to be kind of yellowish white is the front light fixture. It's broken off and laying down. In the front of the boat, it was sheared off and broken, but it's laying down there right now. And we can see the left side of the fixture facing up, which would be like the red reflector. And if you take that assembly apart, the red reflector comes out, the green reflector comes out, the light bulb is in there.
And you took number 9 out of that fixture?
Yes.
Did you also collect that day some paint chips?
We did.
Okay. And were those photographed in the same manner as we saw the tissue photographed
Yes.
of the previous day? Okay, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 106. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a piece of line on the bass tracker fishing boat, and just to the right of the post-it note with the 1 on it is a piece of red gel coat paint. It's caught up in the fibers of that line.
And you collected that day as well?
Yes.
Did you mark those envelopes to correspond to the numbers on this one as well?
Yes.
And did you say, I'm sorry, did you say that's from the bass tracker, the fishing boat?
The photograph and the line, but the red piece of gel coat paint that is there is presumed to have come from the bayliner.
Okay. But that line is on the fishing boat, that fishing boat.
Correct.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit number 92. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, it's a red paint chip. The one on the envelope corresponds with the one that you have up on the photograph, and it's a red paint chip. And we recovered it from stuck in the fibers of that line, just like you see in the photograph there.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107. Is that bright enough for you to see, or would you like me to bring it to you? Here, I'll bring it to you. That's all right. We have this problem sometimes. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 107. Hand that to you.
Okay, much better, thank you.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is a picture of another red paint chip, and it's in the carpet on the bow of the bass tracker fishing boat.
Is that bow deck? That's a little
It's the
high?
deck. It's a wooden deck, and it's covered with like an indoor-outdoor carpeting, and that paint chip is just kind of caught in the fibers of the carpeting cover.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 93 through 97.
Okay?
Could you tell us first, beginning with State's Exhibit 93, what that is?
State's Exhibit 93 is a small red paint chip taken from the starboard bow, the carpet area of the bass tracker fishing boat. It has a number 2 on my envelope.
Does that correspond to the number 2 in the photograph? The one that's right next to you?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us what State's Exhibit 94 is.
It's more paint chips taken from the bow area of the bass tracker fishing boat.
So everywhere on this fishing boat that you found paint chips, you collected those? Is that right?
Yes.
Did you collect those in the same manner that you collected the tissue in?
Just about.
Okay.
Gloves, new set of forceps, and then collect each individual sample, photograph it, collect it, put it in an envelope, and then there's a smaller envelope inside the white one. Sometimes they're envelopes, sometimes they're just like a druggist fold
Okay.
of paper inside the larger labeled container.
Okay. And if you could move on to the next exhibit.
The next one is States Exhibit 95. It's got my number 4 on it.
Okay. And what
It's
was that?
a fiberglass strand, and it's taken from the port bow of the bass tracker fishing boat, and it was also in the carpet.
Okay, what does port mean when we're doing?
Port means left.
And what's the next one?
This is States Exhibit 96. It's got my number 5 on it, and it's a red paint chip, and it was taken near the motor strap
Okay.
on the fishing boat.
And the next one?
This is a red paint chip. It was in the driver's seat. It was on the bass tracker fishing boat. It's got a number 6 on it.
Okay. And when you say driver's seat, do you mean the one by the actual steering wheel of the boat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why are you collecting all these paint chips?
Because they corresponded with the red gel coat finish paint on the bayliner.
And just for purposes of the record, what color was the bass tracker, the fishing boat?
It's green.
What material was the fishing boat made out of?
The hull of the boat is aluminum.
What about the bayliner? Are you familiar with what material that would have been made out of?
Yes, ma'am, it's fiberglass.
As part of taking all those paint chips, collecting the light bulbs, did you ever, while there, put other light bulbs in those fixtures on the fishing boat?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
It was a fast and easy experiment to see that the rest of the lighting system on the boat was, whether it was intact and working or not.
And did it in fact work when you put new light bulbs in it?
Yes.
Did you do that day as well?
Yes.
Did you look for anyone to talk about whether or not those lights on the fishing boat were on at the time of impact?
Yes.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with John from John's Towing because I had heard that.
How was John involved at the scene?
John.
Lay a foundation, otherwise it's speculation.
Do you know how those boats got to your ODNR center or garage from the lake?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. And how do you know how they got to that location? Who told you?
Rich McCullough.
Okay. And were they towed by water or towed by car, if you know?
Objection. If he knows.
Mr. Yurich's boat was removed from the slip at his lake residence, towed by ODNR officers to an unload location where it was picked up and put on his boat trailer.
Okay. So to some ramp off that lake?
A boat
somewhere?
ramp, correct, somewhere.
And how was the fishing boat collected at the scene?
Objection. If he knows.
It was picked up on a flatbed trailer by John's Towing.
Do you have any paperwork or did you receive any receipt or invoice from that tow truck company?
Yes.
Did you go interview the tow truck driver in reference to that fishing boat.
Yes,
Did you get a statement from him?
yes.
Did you also receive from Portage County phone records that were collected or asked for by Lieutenant Johnson from Portage County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 109. Could you tell us what that is?
This is a copy of a phone record provided by, for Mr. Yurich's phone number, provided by his carrier with both the voice and the data and the text messages.
Now, does it have the content of those text messages, like what was actually texted?
No.
Okay. And what was the purpose in your investigation in getting those phone records?
I noticed that there was a phone charger cord plugged into the dashboard of Mr. Yurich's boat, which indicated that the phone may have been in use. So I wanted to look at the phone records and see if there was phone records that corresponded with the time of crash.
Were you able to look at those phone records and see phone calls or text messages during the time of the crash?
Yes.
Were there multiple calls during that time?
Yes. Overruled.
Yes.
Those phone records mention a UTC time. Do you know what that means?
Universal time, that's how the phone company collects their records or keeps track of those records.
Okay. So based on us being in the Eastern Standard Time, what do we have to do to that UTC time in order to get to our time?
You'd have to subtract 4 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. When we're talking about, you can set those down. When we're talking about boats, you've mentioned a few terms that I want to clarify for the
Okay.
record. You talked about a bow. What is a bow of a
The
boat?
front of the boat.
What is the aft of a boat?
Aft refers to a direction towards the back of
Okay.
a boat or a vessel.
What about a stern?
Stern would define the back of the boat.
Okay. You've already told us that port is left. What is starboard?
Right?
When we talk about a boat in the water, are there terms that define what a boat is doing while it's in the water?
Yes.
What does that mean? What are the different terms?
There are a lot of different terms. A boat can be underway,
What does that mean?
meaning it's afloat, it's being operated, or it's adrift. It could be making way, meaning it's has forward or reverse momentum versus just being statically adrift. It could be anchored, which means it's afloat on the lake, but it is attached to an anchor on the bottom of the lake.
Okay.
It could be tied up or made fast to shore or to something attached to shore, which means it's not in operation. It's tied up or docked.
Okay. And those are the different terms that are used when describing how a boat is moving
Some of them,
or not moving anyway?
yes.
Okay. Have you used the term channel with regard to Berlin Reservoir? Is that a term that's used in that location?
No.
Why not? Is that a channel?
No, when you say channel in the context we're speaking, I think of a marked channel that would be used to keep boats inside of that marked channel area because of water depth.
Okay.
It's generally, a channel would be marked by like the lateral buoy system maintained by the Coast Guard, red and green buoys, lights, day markers, to mark an area of safe passage for boats using that body of water relative to depth.
You said that's typically used when something is looked after by the Coast Guard, or something that the Coast Guard...
The United
has-
States Coast Guard would maintain, would direct where a channel would be, how it was to be marked, and maintain both the depth of the channel and the marking of the channel.
Does the U.S. Coast Guard maintain Berlin Reservoir?
No,
Do they patrol Berlin Reservoir?
no.
In response to coming to court, did you bring any other evidence?
Brought that lantern you just picked up.
Okay. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit number 6. Could you tell us what that is?
It is a red Coleman electric battery operated lantern.
And where did you find that lantern?
I took it off of Bruce Lindemood's Bass Tracker fishing boat.
And where was that fishing boat located?
It was located in Portage Lake State Park
Is it still in the storage
compound. Yes, it's still in the storage facility, shrunk wrap. And this was on there until you asked for it.
facility? Okay.
I hadn't removed it until the court asked for it to be present.
In fact, those fixtures that we've seen, you can say that, those fixtures that we've seen, the light bulbs that you took out of, are those fixtures still on the boat?
They are still on the boat.
And they're maintained in a secure facility?
They are.
Do you recognize that lamp from the photos that were taken from both the day of the incident and from when you went out to see the boats?
Yes.
Is that the same lantern that was out
That
there?
is the same lantern.
I'm sorry, could you pick that up one more time?
Sure.
Could you turn that on for us? Does it have one setting, two settings?
Well, I blinded myself, but that's the high setting, off, low setting. I thought it had a pressure switch on the bottom, but I may have messed it up. But I believe at one time there was a pressure switch, so when the lantern's sitting in flat like that, it would work. If you were to tip it over, the pressure switch released and it went off. That's the way it worked the first time I manipulated it after the accident.
Okay. So it was operated by pressure at the time?
Yeah. I don't know why it doesn't work now.
As part of your investigation, you said you filled out the wicker
Yes.
paperwork. What does that contain? What all are you looking to put into that form when reporting an accident or a crash?
Who is operating the vessels? Who owns the vessels? A description of the vessels by their registration numbers and their physical description, make, model, serial numbers, things of that nature. Any witnesses that were present that were not persons on board the boat. Persons on board the boat are on all vessels involved, as many as we can collect are recorded. There's statistical data included in the form that the Coast Guard collects. Any parties that are injured or deceased are recorded on the forms. The type of activity that the boats are involved in, some of the contributing factors to the incident.
Based on your investigation, along with Investigator McCullough, what did you find to be contributing factors in this collision?
Objection.
Overruled.
Well, on page 4 of the report, down the center column, there are a list of contributing factors provided by the Coast Guard. And on this particular report,
Objection. Maybe.
Yes. You can proceed.
What were the contributing factors again?
First one I have is alcohol impairment. Second one is excessive speed. Third one is careless, reckless operation. Fourth one is rules of the road infractions. Fifth one is improper lookout. And number 6 is operator inattention. And those are all for vessel 1, which the way this report is laid out refers to the bayliner operated by Mr. Yurich.
Now, when you take into consideration all your contributing factors, do you base that on everything you reviewed in your case?
To that point, yes.
And at that point, have you reviewed all the witness statements, including the defendant's statement as well?
Yes.
When you talk about excessive speed in your contributing factor, are you also taking into consideration Investigator McCullough's investigation as well?
Yes.
And does that also include the defendant's statement?
Yes.
Objection.
The rules of the road infraction, can you tell us what that means?
Well, for the purposes of the report, rules of the road infraction, you mark that when rules of the road infractions were a contributing factor by one vessel, both vessels, or whatever.
Okay.
In this particular case, there are several rules of the road infractions, some of which are actually marked on the report and some of which are not.
Okay. Which are the ones that aren't marked?
The ones that are not marked, failure to take an action to avoid a collision, the general responsibility rule,
You marked improper lookout. What is that?
improper lookout is failing to keep a proper lookout by all available means, sight, sound, and then any technology or electronic devices the boat might be equipped with, radar, the use of a radio to talk actually back and forth with the vessel that you're jockeying for position with, things of that nature.
Okay. And is that listed in the ORC with regards to rules that must be followed on the
Yes, it's listed in the Ohio Administrative Code.
When you reviewed witnesses' statements, did you also get the witnesses' statements from Detective Monroe?
Yes,
Was one of those statements from Andrew Krogan?
yes.
Did Mr. Krogan ever mention a life jacket in his statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
No, ma'am.
Hold on.
result of all your investigation, your entire investigation, where did this crash, this collision occur?
Objection.
In what county?
I'm sorry, objection.
Overruled.
Mahoning County.
I have one second.
You may.
I have nothing further this time, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Uhas.
Comes forward.
Hello.
As part of the investigation you've just been talking about, did you review, you mentioned that you put together a disc with all of the photos, correct?
Yes.
I forget what exhibit it is, but if I understood your testimony, you took all the photos that you knew existed in relation to this accident and put them on one compact disc, correct?
Yes.
And I'm assuming at some point in time you reviewed those, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the contributing factors was rules of the road. And I think there's the ability in your report to check whether that applies to one boat or both boats. Is that correct?
Correct.
You only checked that it applied to Mr. Yurich's boat. Is that right?
That is correct.
I'm guessing with your years of experience and your years of patrolling Berlin Reservoir, you're fairly familiar with the rules of the road, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about what the requirements are for the Ohio Administrative Code here today, correct?
Yes.
Is there a regulation that talks about when a boat is being approached from the starboard side, who has the right of way?
Yes.
And who has the right of way?
The vessel which has the vessel which is approaching on another vessel's starboard or right side.
Okay. So if, this isn't going to be too artsy because I don't have the blackboard, but let's pretend that this is one boat heading in the direction of the top of my fingers, and this is another boat approaching it from the starboard side.
Correct.
If
Okay.
we're approaching this first vessel from the starboard side, the way I've held out my hands, is that correct?
Yes.
So this vessel with my right hand that's approaching from the starboard side, as I understand it, would have the right of way.
Yes.
All right. Now, you and I can agree you did not check anything with regard to the rules of the road concerning the Bass Tracker fishing boat and its operator, correct?
Correct.
The damage to the bayliner was on the port side, correct?
Yes.
And the damage to the Bass Tracker was on the starboard side, am I correct?
There's damage on both sides.
Well, it's the apparent point of impact is on the starboard side, and the boat is actually bent to port.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Now, the requirement of, I think you said improper lookout, and I think you also used operator inattention. Are those contributing factors?
Yes.
And that's essentially just paying attention to what's going on around you, is that right?
Yes. Improper lookout would mean physically looking where you're going.
Okay. And how is that distinguished from operator inattention, if at all?
Operator inattention could be all environmental factors outside of the vessel and factors inside the vessel, even being distracted by a person, listening to the radio, using your cell phone, anything that could distract an operator from keeping a proper lookout.
These rules of the road that we're talking about apply to both, I think we agree, correct?
Rules of the road apply to all the power boats in the same manner.
All right, and I think we're clear about this, but the bass cracker fits the definition of power boat because it's got a motor,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
And so those same rules about improper lookout and operator inattention would apply equally to the operator of the bass cracker?
yes.
Are part of the regulations, Mr. Ford, that every power, let's just confine it to power boats for this afternoon, are part of the regulations a requirement that there be personal flotation safety devices?
Personal flotation devices for individuals?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
it's a requirement.
What in the old days, old guys like me would call a life jacket, right?
Right.
Okay. So that would be required of the Bayliner, correct?
Yes,
And that would be required of the bass cracker?
yes.
All right. And I don't know what documents you have in front of you. Did you bring documents with you here today to refresh your recollection as you testified?
No, I got them from the prosecutor.
Fair enough. Is one of the documents that you have in front of you an inventory of the bass cracker?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you recall, before we start digging for documents, do you recall if there were flotation devices on the bass cracker?
Don't recall.
Yes.
I've handed you what we've marked for identification purposes as defendant's exhibits M and N. Can you take a second to look at those and then look up and tell me when you finish?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those to be pictures of the bass cracker?
Yes,
Those pictures appear to be taken at night, correct?
correct.
Those pictures were taken by Lieutenant Nolan and eventually transferred to you. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
All right. And those pictures actually would be on that disc you and I were talking about a few moments ago. Is that right?
should be yes.
All right. Do you see any flotation devices in those photographs?
See one on Defendant's Exhibit M on the fire department personnel or whoever's on the boat.
Okay.
I don't see any in Defendant's Exhibit N in the photograph.
I hate to interrupt, but
That's
I
okay.
think you have two M's, because we marked an M previously.
Thank you, Kathy. So, if I may, I think what I'm going to do is I'll remark M as O, so that we don't have to change N.
You may.
I think Kathy is absolutely correct.
Defense Exhibit M was the photo of the steps.
All right, so let's try that again, and we'll try to clear up the record a little bit. Let's start, if you don't mind, with M, Mary.
And
I'm sorry.
N, sir.
I just did it. N,
N, okay.
as in Nancy.
N is in Nancy.
Will you describe for us generally what that picture depicts?
It's a picture of the Bass Tracker fishing boat owned by Bruce Lindemuth, and it's taken at night, presumably the morning of May 9th, prior to the boat being removed from the water. So things generally are where they were after the crash and after whoever touched and manipulated this thing to bring it back.
Okay. I'm going to sort of take a little tangent for a second because you brought up something that I think is interesting. In your duties, before you were investigator, when you were a patrol officer, Were you ever involved in accidents where you have to assist in rescues?
Yes.
And can you and I agree that when that happens, while it's preferable to preserve evidence for later stuff like we're doing here today, the first goal is safety, correct?
Yes.
And so it's possible during the course of this rescue that any of the things we've talked about here today could have been moved from their original location just simply by virtue of the fact that the first thing we're trying to do is save lives and rescue people. Is that fair to
Yes.
say?
Yes.
Now, in Exhibit N as in Nancy, do you see any life jackets or flotation safety devices?
I do not.
Okay. If you would then address yourself to Exhibit O Oracle, that is also a picture of the bass tracker taken that night, correct?
That is correct.
And I think that's the one you previously testified that the only life jacket you see is the one being worn by the fireman inside the boat, correct?
Yes.
In either of those pictures, Mr. Ford, did you see the rope from where the paint chip was taken that you testified earlier?
Yes.
And that's in Exhibit N as in Nancy, am I correct?
Yes, partially in O as well.
All right. Can you just tell the court generally, using the nautical terms you used before, bow, stern, generally where that rope is, where that paint chip was recovered?
The rope was on the bow of the boat. The rope is there for the purposes of the anchor. And that paint chip was taken from a section of that rope near the starboard side of the boat.
Okay. And that rope itself, is it hanging over the side of the boat as if it might have been in the water or anything like that?
Yes.
It does also, the other end of the rope, for want of a better phrase, sort of disappears down into the boat, presumably where the rope is coiled up
Yes.
when the anchor's not being deployed. Is that right?
Yes.
When Mrs. Cantalamesa was asking you questions and you were given some of the terms, underway is really just any boat that's on the water that is not anchored or moored. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if I am floating adrift without any motor on, I'm still underway under the terms of the law, correct?
Yes.
If I'm using a trolling motor, I am underway even if I'm only going 1 or 2 miles an hour, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, if I'm using the 50 horsepower outboard motor that's on the back, I'm underway as well.
Yes.
You had mentioned that the bass tracker is still located at this ODNR facility, and I think you said it's shrink wrapped, correct?
Yes.
And it's been there since May of 2015, fair to say?
Yes.
Is there anything you can tell us about the conditions of that room? And specifically what I'm trying to find out is there anything about that room that might lend itself toward corrosion of any items on the boat between May of 2015 and today?
It is possible.
So it's, I guess for want of a better phrase, it's not climate controlled or humidity controlled in any way, fair to say?
Boats are shrink wrapped, and hanging inside the shrink wrap area of the boat is a moisture trap. And the shrink wrapping itself, because it's plastic covering, it's susceptible to condensation. So there's a vent and a moisture trap in there. That being said, that doesn't stop corrosion.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Oh, is it? Can we take a 2 second? I just want to, instead of drawing on here, we'll
Yes.
use the chalkboard. Thank you. I'm sorry. see that okay from here?
Sure.
I'm gonna draw it pretty big, so
Yeah.
let me know if you can, okay? That's sort of an ugly rendition of the shape of a boat. But I want to ask you some questions, if I may. You're familiar with the regulations, and you testified about them concerning the lighting, am I correct?
I'm sorry, concerning the...
lighting.
Yes.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, the lighting scheme is sort of universal in terms of color, so that no matter what waterway you're on, you can kind of tell what's going on, correct?
Yes.
In other words, red's always got to be on port, so you always know if you see a red light, that's the port side, correct?
Red's on the left and on the right. Yes.
Yeah, left. Port
Port
is
left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Said regulation.
Oh, sorry. I'm not trying to.
You got to tell me when you're trying to confuse me.
I'm
You
not
got to
trying
tell
to
me when
confuse
you're
you.
having a...
And that's ditto for starboard on the right.
There's always starboard side green. Yes.
And white always in the stern.
Well, white always all around. On these size boats, they are allowed to have one all-around white light, and it's generally located in the stern.
Okay. There are other requirements that don't apply to these boats for masthead lights and things like
Yes,
that.
yes.
Those apply to larger boats, as I understand it.
Yes.
Okay. And in addition, as I understand, now you just talked about the all-around. So the white light that goes in the stern has to be literally visible from all angles, correct?
Correct.
Now, there are requirements for the red and green lights in the front of the boat as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And as I understand it, and I think I heard you say earlier today, you said 112 degrees, correct?
112 and a half, yes.
112 and a half? Okay. So I assume that if we're talking 90, it's 90 from a line that goes down the center of the boat. Is that right? I'm taking the first 90 out of 112 to make sure you and I are on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. So it would be more than 90. It would be 90 plus
Mm-hmm.
22, right?
22 and a half degrees.
22 and a half. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So basically, the red port light would have to be able to be seen from all the way from this line at the front of the boat back to, I don't have a protractor, but something like that, correct?
That's correct.
And ditto for the green, correct?
Correct.
And so it's possible to approach a boat from an angle where you might not be able to see the red and the green light, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the reason why you have to have the 360 white light, so that somebody knows, even if they can't see this light or these lights, the red and the green, they're able to say, well, I know that there's a boat there because there's the stern light, correct?
Correct.
The regulations also provide that those are the only lights that are to be used, correct?
No, you're allowed other lights. They can't interfere with
You
those
can't
lights.
interfere with those.
Correct.
And as I understand it, the regulations also provide that this white light back here must be visible from a distance of 2 miles, correct?
Correct.
And the red and the green lights must be visible from a distance of 1 mile, correct?
Yes, nautical miles. Correct.
Nautical miles. For us landlubbers, and I among them, can you tell us the difference between a nautical mile and what do they call the other statutory?
Statute mile. So a nautical mile is equal to 1 degree of latitude, which is 6,000 feet. or a statute mile that we're used to,
It's 5,280.
5,280.
Okay,
So that
So-
makes a nautical mile a little bit longer.
a little bit longer.
It equals 1.15 statute miles.
All right. So can you tell us, as part of the investigation, did you do anything to test whether these lights located on the bow of the fishing boat were visible from that distance?
No,
Was anything done to test to see if the white stern light was visible from a distance of 2 miles?
no, sir.
Are you able to tell me anything about the power source for this white stern light?
No.
No? Okay. Do you know if it was battery operated or if it was operated from the electrical
I
system?
can tell you that, yes, it's a 12-volt battery system. And I assume we're talking about Mr. Lindemuth's bass tracker fishing boat.
Yes, I am.
Is that correct?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so yes, it's a battery, 12-volt system, 12-volt battery. I checked it after the fact and the system still worked,
All right.
but
fair
I
enough.
can't get much more detailed than
Sure.
that, depending on
Sure.
what you want to know.
Now, that's fine. When you first saw the bass tracker, which I think, was that the day after the accident? May 10th?
Yes,
Okay. When you first saw the bass tracker on May 10th, that white stern light was laying on the deck of the boat, correct?
yes,
Was the shaft in any way torn or sheared off?
no,
The shaft on the, and by the way, the red and green light on the bow of the boat weren't actually a fixture that was fixed to the boat surface itself, correct? It was on a little bit of a pole, correct?
yes,
Okay. And that particular pole or stand was sheared off, is that right?
yes.
You had mentioned something in reference to the lantern, and I realize maybe it doesn't work that way today, but there was some sort of a pressure switch.
I thought that the first time I manipulated it, I picked it up, I set it upright, and it just came on. And I went, oh, that's weird. And upon further inspection, may I?
Sure. Well, I'm sorry, maybe Judge.
Your Honor, for the record, I was holding it up and it wouldn't turn on, so I pushed the battery in and clicked it, so I probably undid the pressure.
So it's your fault.
It's my fault. He might be able to render that thing operable.
Is that what you want? Do you want to
And
take a
yes, you
shot?
may.
I'll take a shot if that's what.
Thank you. Sorry.
Not having much luck. It's acting squirrely. It's not doing what it's supposed to.
All right, it just,
I can explain what.
well, I'll tell you what, I'll let you
Should
do
have
that, but before we do that, since we're taking everything down in writing, I want to sort of reflect what happened, which is you put the battery in, turned it on, and when you dropped it on the ground, or set it on the ground, it went off, correct?
Just now?
Just now?
Yes.
Okay. Now you can explain it.
Okay, so. Hold on. Might work. Let's see what happens. She broke it, good. So. Oh, hold on, I see. Wow. If there is a pressure switch like I thought there was, it's not working
It's not
now.
working now, fair enough.
So either it has a pressure switch or it was acting this way when I first made it.
Okay.
I don't know any more than that at this point.
The paint chips that were taken off the rope and the driver's seat that you were asking about when Mrs. Canfield made herself asking you questions. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. Were those sent to a laboratory for any sort of analysis?
No, sir.
All right, fair enough. Is there any sort of a safety inspection that's required? Just, you know, I asked you before about testing the lights to see if you could see them from 1 and 2 nautical miles away respectively. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Is there any sort of a safety inspection that's required in Ohio so that somebody can go, hey buddy, your lights aren't shining from a nautical mile?
There is an inspection procedure. It's not required, and it wouldn't test whether the lights are visible from 1 and 2 nautical miles.
Did I think it's a Johnson outboard motor on the back of this bass scrapper. Does that sound right? 50 horsepower?
Yes.
You need something to look at to help you on that?
It came to me. I was going to, but I got there.
All right. As you looked at that on May the 10th, that engine was sort of piped up and trimmed up. Is that right?
Yes.
That's sort of in the position it would be if somebody were not using it in the water to propel the boat, correct?
Correct.
Did you or did you observe anybody take any measurements of the height of that engine from the top of the boat to the top of the engine?
No.
Okay. Does it appear that this bass scrapper, are you familiar with this type of bass scrapper fishing boat from your years of experience?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Sure.
Does this boat appear to have had some modifications made to it?
If I look around.
Yeah.
I would say yes. I can see probably 2.
Okay. Let's start with those. What
Okay.
are those?
The forward deck, the carpeted area, the wooden carpeted area, has probably either been replaced or recarpeted, as has the what we call a false floor, the deck of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
It's either been replaced or recarpeted, as well as the bench and what we would call the furniture inside the boat.
Okay. How about the deck itself? The deck actually, that carpeted deck you just pointed to where these lights sit. Is that something that's been added? Does the normal bass tracker boat just come to a point? If you don't know.
I couldn't answer if that's an addition or because you could see both configurations. And the specific one, I do not know.
All right, fair enough. There's also sort of a rear deck on the boat near the Johnson engine. Can you see that in any photograph?
Yes, and okay.
Are you able to tell us if that's a modification to the boat?
I do not know for sure.
Is that, you were present for the interview with Mr. Linda, correct?
Yes.
The reason I'm asking you about that deck, is that the impression you had from interviewing him where he was sitting at the time?
He was sitting in the back chair.
Chair? Okay. You had mentioned that you had taken some measurements, I think, when you went out there with Mr. Lindemuth to try to figure out what this accident might have occurred, correct?
Investigator McCullough and I went. Mr. Lindemuth did not.
Okay.
But yes, we went to the State Route 224 bridge and I took some measurements.
All right. So you took measurements to determine where the accident was. Were any of the witnesses to the accident present with you when you did that?
No.
And can you tell the court what sort of measurements you took and how you took them?
Sure. I had one of the patrol officers come to the location with a patrol boat, and I talked to him via the radio, and I put him where I thought would be a good location based on Mr. Lindemuth's description. Westernmost bridge support abutment is our north-south line. We really didn't establish a great distance out from the no-wake line of buoys, other than to establish that it was outside of that.
Based upon what he had told you?
Yes. So I put the patrol boat there, and I took a measurement from the bridge, on top of the bridge, not at the water surface, so it's not, perfect, with a laser rangefinder, just to have some idea, for conversation's sake, how far from the bridge, and that would give us at least a reference to work from to have these sort of conversations.
Now, the biological matter that got removed from it's the port bow of the Bayliner, am I correct?
Yes.
That is actually sort of up on top of the bow of the Bayliner, am I correct?
Yes.
And it's not really possible from anything you investigated to say whether that was caused by Mr. Cuppert striking the boat or the boat striking Mr. Cuppert. Is that fair to say?
Can you say that for me one more time?
Sure. We know, and you've seen the results of the DNA, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we know we have biological material from Mr. Cuppert on the port bow of Dr. Yurich's boat, correct?
Yes.
There's nothing in your investigation that can tell us whether that was caused by Mr. Cuppert striking the boat or the boat striking Mr. Cuppert. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Speaking of those biological materials, I think you said that you had taken them to a temporary evidence locker, correct?
Yes.
And then they were transported to VCI, is that right?
Yes.
Did you do that transport yourself?
Did not.
Did you, as any part of your investigation, check to see, well, I'm sorry, start that before I ask you that. Did you fix an approximate time for the accident as a result of all the investigative things that you did, all the materials you collected?
Yes.
You need something to refer to. Tell me what that time is.
No, sir.
Okay, can you tell me what that is?
11 minutes after midnight, May 9, 2015.
All right, thank you. Now, can you tell me, as part of your investigation, did you check any weather reports or weather data to find out if the moon had risen, and if so, what stage the moon was in?
I did not.
Yes. I think it's what do you call it, wicker? What do you call it, report?
The wicker?
Yeah.
Yeah, would you like it?
Can you look there? I just want you to pick it up. I think it's 66. Is that it, 66?
Yes.
Thank you. You had mentioned that we've been talking for a while now between you and me and you and Mrs. Cantala Mesa about all these regulations that ODNR has, correct?
They're not ODNR's regulations, they're the state's regulations.
The state's regulations.
Yes.
Are there regulations that say that a report like 66 has to be generated?
Yes.
Are there regulations that say when that report has to be generated?
Yes.
And when does it have to be generated?
It has to be generated 24 hours for fatality, 5 days for an injury.
All right, well, I'm not going to
A
press you.
little
because-
wishy-washy on that.
All right, you're a little wishy-washy on that, but are you sure on the 24 on the fatality?
Yes, and that's reported to the Department of Natural Resources.
Say that again?
So that 24 hours is that boat owners, operators, or other law enforcement agencies report that to us. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is it doesn't apply to me. It applies for everyone else to inform the chief of the Division of Watercraft.
That must go in regulations that are yet. All right, so that's 24 hours for everybody to get information to you, or somebody to at least report that something's
That
happened.
it's happened, correct.
So then you don't have that same 24-hour time limit because there's a fatality to get the whole report done and get it in, correct?
No, that's not what that's for.
All right. Listed on that report, among other information, are the names of people who are witnesses or potential witnesses. Am I correct?
Correct.
And isn't Andy Krogan on that list?
He is.
Okay. And it's got his contact information there as well, correct?
Correct.
Is one of the things that you looked at in the course of assembling this information for your investigation, the fire report from the Deerfield Fire Department?
I don't recall.
No? Okay. How about the 911 calls? Did you listen to those?
I heard the 911 calls, yes.
What do you have something up there that would help you tell us what time the first 911 call came in? No?
No, sir.
Do you know if it was before 12:11?
Don't know what time it came in.
I know this probably sounds silly. There's buoys that mark the wake area, correct?
Yes.
Are there any buoys or marker that mark political subdivisions like the county line going through the middle of the
No,
lake?
sir.
Are there requirements for fishing boats to have lights other than the ones that we have talked about if they're out on the water fishing at night?
To require additional lights besides, no.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Ford, you told me a couple minutes ago that you set in your report the time of the accident as 12:11. Do you recall that?
I do.
What did you use? What information did you use to set that time as the time of the accident?
The 911 calls. I just don't remember that time now.
So then logically, the 911 calls for your time to be accurate would have to start sometime after 12:11, correct? Let me try it another way.
Yes.
Have you ever
Yes.
investigated an accident where the 911 calls came in before the accident?
No.
All right. The chair that Mr. Linden described that he was sitting in, is that a chair that went up and down? Had an adjustment on it?
I think it's just fixed on a pole, but I might,
Can you look?
might be able to look and tell some more from the photos. I can't tell if it's fixed or if there's an adjustment on it.
Fair enough. Do you recall if you or if Mr. McCullough or anyone else in your presence took any measurements of the height of that chair?
No.
Do you recall if you or Mr. McCullough or anyone else in your presence took any measurements of the height of the trolling motor?
No.
And just, I'm not sure we probably completely fully explained that, just so we're clear. The trolling motor mounts on the port valve of the engine, of the boat, correct?
When it's laying down or when it's in use, sir?
No, I'm talking about where the mounts are, that mounted to the boat. That's on the port side, correct?
Yes.
And then when you put it in use, as I understand it, the shaft and the propeller actually go in on the starboard side.
Correct.
Okay. And then to go back, to circle back to my question to make sure that you didn't take any measurements of that trolling motor either when it was not in use or in the position it would have been in use. Am I correct?
No.
I'm not correct, or you did not? You did not.
We did not take any measurements, sir.
Very good. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
I'll say this briefly here. Is there an absolute right-of-way on the waterway?
Absolute?
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
What does that mean? If someone...
That means ultimately considering the navigation laws, the inland navigation laws which govern Berlin Lake, ultimate responsibility is to stay clear of other vessels and avoid a collision.
And from your investigation, did you find that the Bayliner was going at an excessive speed?
Yes.
And did you find that the fast tracker was going at any kind of speed?
No, it was adrift.
Okay.
So it didn't bring any speed to the equation.
So whose responsibility should it have been to move out of the way?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Which boat should have moved if the other boat was in the way?
Objection.
Did you understand the question?
Yes.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
The boat with the most relative speed, even though it was the boat that the rules of the road, when you read them, was the boat that got to stand on because the other boat was not moving and didn't have any relative speed to maneuver to get out of the way. That throws the crossing situation out that we were talking about before. And ultimate responsibility is to avoid a collision, and that would have been Mr. Yurich's boat.
And is that the general responsibility law that you talked about?
It's the general responsibility law and the action to avoid collision law.
In the dark on a boat, is it more important to keep a lookout while you're driving that boat?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because it's dark, it's harder to see things. There can be legal boats, manually propelled boats can be out on a lake like Berlin Reservoir, legally with no lights on them. State and federal law does not require it. you have to go slow and you have to pay attention because you don't know what's out there in the dark. So just by the nature of it being dark, you have to slow down so that you have more time to take in the environment and make an assertion whether or not there's a risk of collision.
In your years of investigation and patrolling for ODNR, have you responded to these slow-moving crashes or people who may run into a dock, anything like that?
Yes.
And that's in situations only where the boats are slow-moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there this amount of damage in a slow-moving collision?
No, ma'am.
This light in the stern, is there a requirement as to how high it has to be? Am I saying at the stern? The rear light, the 360 light.
There is no requirement or measurement to how high it has to be. To be correct, it should be higher than the other infrastructure on the boat so that it can shine its 360 degrees.
From looking at the photographs and even seeing the boat itself, could you tell whether that fixture that the 360-degree light was on was removable?
It is removable.
And why would it be removable?
So that you can take it down and store it out of the way when you don't need it during daylight hours.
What about the forward light, the red and green navigation light in the front? Was that also removable? If you know.
I don't know for sure.
And again, that one was sheared off when you...
It's
when you
broken
saw it.
and yeah.
During your investigation, did you encounter multiple witnesses that said the lights were on?
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have any reason to believe that those lights weren't on at the time of the crash?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Did you, from your investigation and based on everything you reviewed and everything that was tested, did you have any belief that the lights were on?
Objection.
May I see counsel?
So it doesn't come separated. Okay.
At the end of your investigation, did you cite Mr. Lindenbooth for not having any lights on?
No.
And then- sorry.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, it is here.
There it is.
When you were out with the patrol boat looking for this location of the Mr. Lindemood's boat. Did you take photos during that as well?
Yes.
And are those contained on the disc of all the ODNR photographs?
Yes.
I put in State's Exhibit 98. Can you see the screen all right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what we're looking at.
You're looking at a photograph showing north from the 224 bridge on Berlin Reservoir. The largest boat in about the center of the shot is a patrol boat with an officer on it. The other two boats are just recreational boats that happen to be there. The small spot to the left of the patrol boat is one of the no-wake buoys, and that is in the proximate location where we believe the crash to have taken place, and that's the location that I would have measured to.
And is this using that westernmost pylon for the bridge as the north-south line or whatever that is?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any follow-up?
Did you just say, Mr. Ford, that the crossing rules don't apply anymore if one vessel is going faster than the other?
Not if the one vessel is going faster than the other. If one vessel didn't bring any relative speed at all. That's what I said.
If one vessel did not,
Doesn't bring any relative speed at all to that crossing situation. In other words, it's just sitting there static. And when there's such a difference in speed, in other words, a boat that is not underway making way with very little relative speed can't be expected to get out of the way in 5 seconds of a boat going 25 miles an hour. I know that the geometry is there for a crossing situation.
may I approach?
You may.
I hand you what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit T. Do you recognize that to be the Administrative Code of Ohio concerning crossing situations?
Yes.
And that's one of the regulations with which you're familiar, you use all the time in your years of enforcement, am I correct?
Yes.
Would you be kind enough to read for the court and for Kathy into the record what the number of that regulation is, please?
1501, 47, 2, 15.
And now would you tell us, please, where in that regulation it says that if one boat is moving at a very slow speed and the other is moving at a greater speed, that the normal crossing rules do not apply?
It does not say that.
All right. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Investigator Ford, those rules apply to not only the boats, the recreational boats in the reservoir, but also boats inside of Lake Yurich, correct?
Yes.
So if we were to use that rule and always follow that rule, would the freighters have to get out of the way of little fishing boats in Lake Erie?
Objection.
Yes.
Overruled.
And what rule do you follow if you can't do that?
The navigation laws. So if we take a whole chapter of navigation laws, there are sets of those navigation laws. And those sets of laws have a different, I don't know how to say it, a different hierarchy when they should be followed. The number one set of those navigation rules before we get to crossing, overtaking, and head-on situations is a group of laws known as the hierarchy. And it says that a power-driven vessel shall get out of the way of, and then there's a list. A vessel not under command, a vessel restricted in its ability to maneuver, a large freighter that can't move out of the way of a small, faster boat. It takes it much longer to respond, those sorts of things. So there's a hierarchy. So in your scenario, that hierarchy would rule versus the crossing situation.
So the laws take into consideration someone moving at a very fast speed up to someone who is just standing still in the water.
Objection to
Rephrase.
Do the laws take into consideration the situation we have in this case?
Yes.
Did Mr. Lindemood have a duty to move his boat out of the way of the speedboat?
objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And why is that?
Because he was a vessel underway. He had a duty to avoid a collision if he could.
Okay. And according to your investigation, could he have moved in this situation?
No.
Objection.
Sustained.
According to your investigation, did Dr. Yurich, the defendant, have a duty to avoid that crash?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And I think that's it. Thank you.
Nothing else.
I have one question relative to the photo that was brought up from the DVD. You testified that it was a patrol boat out on the lake,
Yes, sir.
and that was north of the 224 bridge,
Yes.
and that would have been in Mahoning County in terms of the location of that patrol boat.
Yes.
Is there an area left or starboard of that boat that would lie in Portage County?
Not sure what you meant, left or starboard.
So left of the patrol boat, if the boat
As we were looking at the photograph, Your
Yes.
Honor, yes. Left of that, the Portage County line is over there, much like it's depicted in this map right here.
Taking a look at the pins, the green, the white, and the red is depicted on that map. Based upon your investigation, can you state where you believe the accident occurred?
Yes.
Where?
Can I point to it for
Yes.
you?
And you're pointing below the red pin.
Below the red pin and high right of this red dot that's on here.
Thank you. Counsel, any questions based upon those questions from the court?
No, no.
No, you're.
You may step down. Thank you. May I see counsel?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Let's take a recess for 10 or 15 minutes for everyone's benefit.
All rise. Case is back in session.
You may be seated. Counsel, you may call your next witness.
Their state call is John Yurich.
If you would step right up, and if you would raise your right hand for me. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the court order?
John Gerst, last name spelled Girscht.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Gersh?
I have a towing service.
All right. And how old are you?
I'm 63,
Okay. Where do you operate your towing service?
out of Deerfield.
I'm going to ask you about May 9th, early morning hours of May 9th, 2015. Did you respond to Berlin Lake, Berlin Reservoir that early morning?
Yes, as a Deerfield fireman.
Okay. And what was that in reference to? What did they want you to do?
A boating crash.
Okay. And what were you to take from that scene?
After I was done with the fire department, I was requested to haul the boat to the ODNR's facility on Bonner Road in Deerfield.
Oh, so you worked with the fire department as well?
That's why I first responded with the Deerfield Fire Department.
Okay. Are you a volunteer?
I've
or
been
were
there.
you-
I've been a volunteer for 37 years.
When you get to that scene at Berlin Reservoir, what do you see?
Big confusion
Okay.
of what was going on. That's all I can.
Yeah. And where were you? Where exactly did you respond to?
Lessons Bait Shop on Cog Drive.
Okay. Were you able to see a fishing boat there?
Not to begin with, no.
Okay. Soon thereafter you got there, did a fishing boat get towed up to the dock?
Yes, it did.
And do you recall what color that boat was? or anything?
No, I don't.
All right. If you looked at a picture of that boat, would you recognize it?
I would.
show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12. Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Does that look like the boat that was pulled up to the docks while you were there?
Exactly right.
Okay. Was it still in the water when it came up?
Yes.
And if you recall, did it have its lights on?
It did have.
And was there a certain point that the lights were turned off?
After the boat had come in, we had noticed the damage done to the fishing motor on this boat had started to smoke. At that time, we called the Portage County deputy down. He came down and witnessed the lights being on it.
Okay.
And he said, we better unhook the battery because we're going to have a fire, and that's what we did.
Okay.
And I did not do that. One of the other firemen had done that.
Okay, that's all right. But you did see the lights on when it was being towed up.
Exactly right.
And you already said you're not the one who unhooked the battery.
No, I did not. One of the other firemen did.
When you're there, you said you also towed that boat.
I towed it through the Portage County Sheriff's Department, ODNR.
Okay. And how did you get that boat out of the water?
From the water onto my flatbed and then onto the ground where you see it sitting here today.
Okay. Were all the agencies still there as you were doing that?
When I took it from the lake, I had Portage County deputy escort me and ODNR escorted me up and unlocked the gates to get in their facility on Bonner Road.
How were you able to get it out of the water onto your flatbed?
Sucked it right up on. Bed tilts into the water and I sucked it right up on and I unloaded it the same way.
Is there something on the front of that boat which you can hook onto and
Yeah, where the yellow rope is on it.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Thank you. The defense will have a chance to ask.
Hold on one
Oh,
second.
one second, okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lynn Morrow. I represent Mr. Yurich.
Yes.
I have a couple questions for you.
Yes.
If I don't make sense or you don't understand what I'm asking,
Okay.
can you let me know?
I will do that.
Thank you. Your report from that evening indicates that arcing was occurring.
Exactly when the boat cut into the docks, and that's why the battery was unhooked, because we were afraid that the boat was going to catch on fire, because that was due to the motor up here that was damaged from impact.
Okay. Where was the arcing that you saw occurring?
In the wiring,
Up in the bow?
it was in the bow down. Probably the damage was down in here. I really couldn't tell from where the arcing was because it was not visible, but we could see the smoke and smell the smoke.
Okay, fair enough. Now, you said you're a volunteer EMS,
Now, I'm not EMS, just volunteer fireman.
volunteer fire. Do you have a radio where you can hear radio traffic and calls that are...
I did not that morning.
You did not?
I did not.
Do you recall where you were when you got the call back?
I was home in bed.
And do you recall what time it was that you got the call?
I see on my thing it was around probably 12:20. Probably by the time I got there, it was probably a call somewhere around midnight, I guess.
Okay, God bless you. So according to your report, you arrived at Les's about 12:20.
Yeah,
And you had to get out of bed, get ready, and
Yeah.
get there.
you're right.
Fair enough?
Yep.
How long does it take you to get from where you were to Les's?
Probably 10 minutes.
So your best recollection is you probably got the call somewhere right around 12 o'clock.
That's what I don't, somewhere around that time.
You may.
I'm going to show you what we previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit N. And O.
Okay.
Those are two photographs of the bass boat while it was still in the water that evening. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Take a second to look them over. I believe in O, the lantern is on the back of the boat, still illuminated. Can you see that?
Is that the red thing back there?
Yes.
I yes, so.
Okay, and in Exhibit N, that lantern at the back is laying over on the back deck. If you recall, when you got there, do you remember where the lantern was? Which one of those pictures
No,
would better reflect what you saw?
No,
Do you remember the lantern?
I don't remember the lantern at all. If it was knocked over, the boat would have been on fire.
You don't recall it at all?
You know.
When the battery was disconnected, the lights that were on then went off?
Exactly right.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, that's all.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel, may I ask who has the Wicker report that was previously identified? I know that there was a sidebar and we wanted to go on the record.
I think I,
Would counsel approach briefly? Thank you. All right, just for the record, I did have an opportunity to speak with counsel at sidebar during the testimony regarding this watercraft incident casualty report marked as State Exhibit 64. The basis for the objection as it relates to the contributing factor of alcohol impaired is that somewhere in this report there's a reference to the BAC that this court had previously suppressed, and the court indicated to counsel that it would not obviously rely on that in making any determination as to the ultimate issue as to whether or not the defendant was impaired. So Attorney Cantalamesa has just indicated that wherever that reference is to the BAC in this report, she would redact it. With that, again, it's 3:15, and I know that the next witness scheduled for the state of Ohio is their accident reconstruction expert, and I am certain, speaking with counsel, that his testimony, both on direct and cross, would not be completed today. So just for the benefit of continuity, we will break for the day. I believe pick up with the coroner at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then move into the state's accident reconstruction expert. Anything further from counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Stand in recess.
All rise.